All right, everybody, I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority of Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. Now, please join in the national anthem by Mariachi Juvenil, Herencia Michoacana, and stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, for so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land and of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job. Thank you. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, one more time for Mariachi Juvenil, Herencia Michoacana. Okay, now we're going to have the moment of solemn expression led by Pastor Matthew Hambrick from Costa Mesa's First United Methodist Church.
Thank you, Mayor.
Pastor Hambrick, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Let us pray. God of grace and mercy, we ask you to guide us now toward peace, toward hope, toward justice, toward love. We are gathered trying to decide and to do what's best for our community. We ask you to inspire us toward that end. May we see the flourishing of all our people in Costa Mesa and beyond. May we be a people of connection and welcome. We ask all these things in the name of the one who sent us. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all City Council is present.
It will so reflect. Madam City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. Council did give staff direction.
Thank you. So tonight we have one presentation. It's a proclamation of 2024 Public Service Recognition Week. Tonight we commemorate Public Service Recognition Week. This is a time to honor the dedication and commitment of our public servants who work tirelessly day in and day out to enhance the quality of life for all Costa Mesa residents. As we reflect on the past year, it is evident that our city has faced numerous challenges. However, through our collective collaboration, innovation, and unwavering determination, we have not only persevered, but also achieved remarkable milestones in various areas of our city's operations. This is a testament to the power of community and public servant partnership. Thank you to every one of our public servants for your dedication and service to our city. Your tireless efforts do not go unnoticed, and we are grateful for all you do. And the proclamation will be accepted by our city manager, Lorianne Farrell Harrison, and let me just read a few excerpts of the proclamation. Public service Recognition Week has been celebrated since the first week of May 1985, beginning on the first Sunday of the month to honor the people who serve our nation as federal, state, county, local, and tribal government employees. National Public Service Recognition Week is an opportunity to express gratitude and appreciation for the hard work and commitment of our public servants across all levels of government. In commitment to the city's employees, the City Council adopted recruit and retain high-quality staff as a goal in its 2021 strategic plan retreat. The City of Costa Mesa employs over 600 full-time equivalent professionals who serve the community. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, the mayor of the great city of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim May 11th, 2024 as Public Service Recognition Week, as May 5th through the 11th. As Public Service Recognition Week in the city of Costa Mesa, I urge all Costa Mesa residents to participate actively this week, paying tribute to our public service professionals and acknowledging their substantial contributions to our health, safety, and quality of life. And now I'll give the floor to say a few words to our city manager, Lori Ann Farrell Harrison. Then we're going to take a photo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and esteemed members of the public. On behalf of the over 600 employees of the City of Costa Mesa, thank you so much for this generous acknowledgement this evening. Many of us that have come into the public sector, it's a calling that we have to serve, to give back to the community, to bring the education that we've earned, all of the different expertise that we have in our professional development to come to bear to help communities, to help families, to help residents, to help businesses thrive. And so on behalf of all of the employees across our 8 departments, I'm just so excited to accept this recognition this evening. I just wanted to share that our city employees are really one of a kind. I've worked for different cities throughout my career, and the Costa Mesa culture, the Costa Mesa employees are the best employees that I've ever had the pleasure of actually working with. They're a strong commitment to the residents, to our businesses, to our visitors, but they're also creative. They're passionate about the work. They work tirelessly. If you come to City Hall, you'll often see cars in the parking lot well past 5 o'clock. They volunteer on the weekends. I mean, they just really give themselves their times. They even bring their kids to some of the volunteer events. You know, we've seen a lot of our employees, we've seen their children sort of grow up alongside our own employees. And so I just really am thankful for having such an incredible team that's so dedicated to public service. And I'm just really thankful for the opportunity to share this with them this evening. And I also wanted to just express to the public and to the students that are here tonight, a career in public service is an incredibly rewarding career. I did not know 30 years ago just how wonderful this career would be. If you're interested in engineering, you could work for the city. If you're interested in law enforcement, you want to be a police officer, obviously you could work for the city. Firefighting, medical, providing medical services, you could work for the city. If you like money and you want to manage money and help to be responsible for, balancing large multi-million dollar, and in some cases, in some city, billion-dollar budgets, you could work for the city. If you want to work in fleet and you want to know what it's like to repair a fire engine and then turn around and repair a traffic officer's motorcycle, which are BMWs in our case, or you want to just work on an electrical vehicle, you can be one of our fleet mechanics at the city. You could be a maintenance worker. You could work in IT as a programmer. You could code. There's just so many different opportunities in government. Most folks don't know just how varied the experience is in government. If you want to be a human resources professional, you could do that too. And so please consider a career in public service. And for those of you that have already chosen a career in public service, thank you for your dedication, your commitment, and your contribution. I know that you put your hearts into it. I see that every day, and I'm just really thankful for all of the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, now, Council, we're going to go down in front and take a photo with the proclamation, presenting it to our city manager.
backside. That's smart.
It's the button on the right.
I'm going to turn this off.
All right, one more time for our dedicated employees. You could also be a judge, a district attorney,
A city attorney.
a city attorney. I know. A U.S. attorney. Anyway, okay, so now's the time for public comments, a really good time of the meeting. Everybody gets 3 minutes to speak on anything that's not on the main agenda. They could talk about what's on the consent calendar or anything that's not on the agenda. And you get 3 minutes. You'll hear a bing at 2 minutes, then please wrap it up. We'll go to the people that are in the room first, and then we'll go to Zoom. And so let's see, let's start out. Where do we want to start? Let's start over here. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm Ida Wolf. I've been here before, but Mayor Stevens, our ice machine doesn't work. The ice is real watery, and I got a glass out of the kitchen, and it was bad. But I told them to turn the ice machine up because they said it was a new ice machine, and they said it wouldn't go up. And I said, well, then it's not a new ice machine. So I talked to Mr. Bear, and he said, who gave you the ice? I didn't tell him. When I talked to the city, Lydian, she said that she would have it checked out. And she didn't call me back. And then I called back, and they sent me to Kevin. And I got a hold of Kevin, and Kevin said, who gave you the ice? So anyway, ice is not a necessity. It's a necessity. It's not a special treatment. So they won't let anybody have ice. Now, this is my glass. I go in and I get ice out of the sunroom. And after I get ice, there's no more ice. You can't get no more out of that little toy. And so everybody's got to wait a half hour. Now, if they got ice before I got ice, now I don't get ice. So I got to wait. And they won't let anybody have ice out of the kitchen. Seniors are not allowed to have ice. But I can get ice all over the United States with no problem. I can go everywhere, and no problem. But that's the only place in the United States that you cannot get a glass of ice. So, I guess, oh golly, I gotta get more down. Anyway, I hope you look at it and fix it. Now, the other thing I wanted to run by real quick, remember when I gave you this paper on all the people that signed that didn't want the homes there? Jamboree and Robert Golas from Newport They're builders. All they care about is money. They don't care about the homeless and all that. They just want money. They are not Habitat. And we do not want our parking lot tore up and destroyed. And I have talked to many senior centers, and nobody wants it because they come from Huntington. They come from all the senior centers in and out and use it. And we do not need homes built in there.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Hold on one second. I have to turn on your mic. There you go.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Lynn Redmond from Costa Mesa, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Last time I was here, we hadn't resolved a situation at Christian's, my son's quartermaster project he did back 10 years ago. But I'd like to report that we did meet with the parks officials Thursday and came to a resolution on that. But I don't have time to talk about that tonight. I want to do that in later 3-minute segments. Tonight I want to try to bring across why, who Christian Redmond is and why it's so important to, especially me and our family, that the work he's done at the park be at least not thrown in the trash bin and hopefully even recognized for all the work that he's put in. So I pulled off the printer an old bio or CV, whatever you want to call it, on Christian, and covers his personal development, leadership skills, citizenship skills, and other skills, and honors and awards. And I'm not going to get this all in 3 minutes. I'll have to continue the next time I'm here. But as far as skills goes, he has leadership skills. He has 6. Citizenship skills, he has 5. Other skills, 12, for a total of 23, including he was a dance champion and a professional musician. His certificates, honors, and awards total 95, 27 in the 4-H, 18 in the Boy Scouts of America, 23 in the Venturing Scouts, 24 in the Sea Scouts, and 3 other awards. In the 4-H, he received both the Emerald and Diamond Clover Awards. The first Diamond Clover was the first one awarded in 3 years. And I'm going to jump to the bottom here, and he received last year from our 47th district representative to U.S. House of Representatives, Katie Porter, the Gold Congressional Award. And the prior 2 years, in prior years, he'd received also the Silver and Bronze Awards. He's voted in as a full member in the Adventurers Club of Los Angeles at age 20, the youngest in the first 90 years of the club that includes Buzz Aldrin, Will Rogers, Buddy Ibsen, and General Jimmy Doolittle. And my favorite is, as a Cub Scout, he sold more Scoutorama tickets 2 years in a row and got to fly in on Commander Chuck's helicopter to the Scoutorama. That's it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Next time.
Yes, ma'am. Got to get your mic on. Thank you.
Council members, thank you for allowing me to address you this evening. My name is Karen Millard. The city of Costa Mesa is getting a bad name because of the Costa Mesa Sanitary District. As a Costa Mesa homeowner, I was double charged for trash and sewer service by the Costa Mesa Sanitary District for over 2 decades on the Orange County property tax bill. The sanitary district readily admits their mistake, but refuses to give me my money back. Why, you may ask, would overcharges go on undetected for over 2 decades? The critical fact in this situation is that Costa Mesa property owners have no way to check whether their trash and sewer are being correctly assessed, and no way to stop overcharges and bring a timely claim against the sanitary district without this information. This should concern the Costa Mesa City Council that the Costa Mesa Sanitary District lacks transparency and is so careless in their billing. People are not going to want to buy property or do business in Costa Mesa if they can't trust that their government not to fraudulently charge them. I will get my story out on social media and news sites because Costa Mesa residents need to know about this. Costa Mesa charges for trash and sewer as 2 line items on the county property tax bill with no explanation of charges. Customers do not know that the sanitary district is the source of these charges. The sanitary district does not appear anywhere on the tax bill, and the phone number next to the charges is for the CSI Consulting Group. The sanitary district provides no statement of charges for services or any charge-related information directly to its customers. They notify customers of rate increases only. CMSD customers do not know that they are being charged per unit on their property. They also do not know how many units they are being charged for. And the sanitary district does nothing to verify that this property information that they have is correct. There's no auditing being done. Why have I had to pay for their sloppy billing practices? Costa Mesa Sanitary District has built a perfect cocoon around itself, buried under 2 layers of bureaucracy and depriving its customers necessary information to check their charges. This fraud is happening within the city of Costa Mesa by a Costa Mesa special district. They are supposed to represent and help Costa Mesa property owners they serve, like you, and not make money for the sanitary district, and yet they persist in keeping money that I didn't owe, that they did not provide services for, and that they have used every legal maneuver to wear me down. They do not want to refund me because they know it will open a floodgate of overcharged customers. The sanitary district has taken money away from my family for over 2 decades, and I'm only asking that they refund what they overcharged.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Good evening. I see that there's a lot of students here tonight. I would recommend that you look into something called Measure Y and then the betrayal that this council did via Measure K. It's quite an interesting story. Anyways, I'm here to talk about a few things. Why is a pot shop ordinance item, which is an agenda item, appearing on the consent calendar for a 3rd time? It is not a routine business item. It is a standalone agenda item. The city council knows this, the mayor knows this, the city attorney knows this. The irony of this is if the city council would have listened to the residents after the 2nd public hearing of the pot shop ordinance. Oh wait, there wasn't a 2nd public hearing of the pot shop ordinance. The 2nd hearing only happened because a resident pulled the pot shop ordinance from the consent calendar. Anyways, if the council would have listened to the residents after the 2nd hearing, we could have avoided the 3rd, 4th, and possibly 6th hearing. Why are you trying to hide this agenda item in the consent calendar? I assume this is put on the consent calendar in the hopes that the council could avoid another lengthy discussion. This is also trying to stifle public participation. Mayor John Stevens, great job acknowledging your influence of getting the OCTA meetings televised so that the city could be aware of how our tax dollars are being spent. I believe you made this comment on April 16th. However, on April 19th, the residents of Costa Mesa don't get access to the vision of our city's future that our council has. This meeting has not been televised and we don't get access to the meeting, so we don't know what you're planning. Finally, the city needs to fix West 19th Street. It needs to be 2 lanes again. The West 19th Street enhancement, as the city calls it, is not popular. It is not functional. It has negatively impacted adjacent neighborhoods. There are legit safety concerns, and it is a monkey wrench for the city council's high-density goals. I do know that the West 19th Street enhancement is unpopular. I ask people what they think about it. I ask clerks that work at stores off 19th Street. I ask my neighbors. I ask people I met while passing out flyers about fixing West 19th Street. I ask my friends. I hear about how West 19th Street is unfunctional. I know it used to function. People tell me what is wrong with West 19th Street. It has created more problems than it has solved. One of the problems it is trying to solve has actually been solved. Lots of people have unknowingly solved this problem. You see it all the time. Imagine solving a problem you didn't know existed. Riding your bike safely down an adjacent parallel residential street. I think that solves the bike safety problem on West 19th Street. The problem it did solve was a crosswalk at Wallace. It needed to happen, but it could have happened without the loss of a lane and a traffic signal. Adjacent neighborhoods now have more cut-through traffic, which is...
Thank you. All right. Flo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just an aside, I like the way West 19th Street is configured nowadays. I'm an 82-year-old lady whose primary mode of transportation are her 2 feet. I walk more than I drive. I would like the city and the Costa Mesa PD to start a public service announcement campaign of maybe a week or 2 or even a month to alert drivers that when a human being is in the crosswalk, they must stop. I'm regularly threatened by drivers who run red lights, who make an illegal right turn on red while I'm in the crosswalk, and I wear my uniform, a super high-vis construction vest that the drivers can't miss. This last Friday, 3 drivers drove through the crosswalk to make a right turn on red. I had my arms extended like Jesus Christ on the crucifix in order for them to see me, and one of them finally stopped. So I'm asking the city to sponsor again a public service drive to tell drivers through social media, through LED signs on the street, that they must stop when a person is in the crosswalk. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I don't see anybody else coming up. Then now, what do we have on Zoom?
Mr. Lewis, please.
Mr. Lewis, you have the floor. Mr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry about that. First time that I've attended a city council meeting, so I don't really have a written statement. But I'll try to keep this concise. I've lived in Costa Mesa for about 25 years. I own my home on Federal Avenue that is impacted by the 19th Street change there, and that's what I want to talk about. The elimination of the lanes, I think, has really just caused aggravation all the way around. The bike path is really still not a safe solution. There's no way in the world I would ride a bike down 19th Street. It is not safe at all. So I don't think the goals of whoever decided to narrow down to a single lane really accomplished anything other than irritating the drivers. Also, the elimination of the suicide lane by the shopping center there, it just caused more problems and traffic danger. So what I'm really asking the council is there any plans to fix this? Because it did not accomplish what was set out here. So what is going to be done to fix 19th Street?
All right. Thank you. Who's next?
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Close public comment. Let's go to council members, committee reports, comments, and suggestions. We're going to start off in District 1 with Councilmember Don Harper.
I'm going to be brief so we get out of here by midnight. 2 things, Ms. Wolf, with the ice machine. I speak probably on behalf of all the council members. We want your ice machine fixed, and I'm sure the city manager is going to mention what's going on, and we got to get that done so you can not come here, and happily, hopefully. Ms. Mallard, I'm interested in your issue. If you want to reach out to me, Millard, if you want to reach out to me, and I'd be happy to take a look at it. Be happy to do that for you. We don't oversee the Costa Mesa Sanitary District, but I'll look at it for you if you like. and just reach out to me, either email or phone. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
No comments from me tonight. Thank you.
All right, that's even quicker. From District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Great. Yeah. I'll just start with a thank you to our staff, especially this week in recognition of Public Service Appreciation Week. I've been to several conferences in the last month, hear from a lot of other city leaders, a lot of other staff, and in even reviewing tonight's agenda materials, I'm just struck by how much great work we're doing and really how comforting it is and exciting it is that all of you are leading this work. I think you as our staff are a huge part of a lot of the progress that we're making, and really appreciate your expertise, your creativity, and your thoughtfulness and care for our community. So thank you. I wanted to give a special shout out as well to our Deputy Chief LaPointe. This was a few weeks late, but I just wanted to thank you for the issue you helped work through and communicate with me through in a neighborhood issue. Your I think professionalism and thoroughness and empathy in discussing the issue, I really appreciated. So thank you for working through that. And I know the residents appreciate that as well. A few quick updates. An item that came up on last week for the council, just wanted to give an update on e-bike ordinance from the Active Transportation Committee. Happy to report that the committee did positively recommend the draft that they've worked through with staff for the last several months, maybe it is now. So that's coming to us. I know folks are looking forward to that. I was out as our delegate at the SCAG conference in Palm Desert last week, and really, really great conference. A few things that I thought were especially interesting for Costa Mesa, and I'm sharing that information with our city manager, is some different strategies to make sure that we're getting positioning ourselves for really good community benefits through rezoning efforts. Certainly very pertinent for us. I had some great conversations with the new Caltrans director, and I'm excited to follow up with her on some of the projects that we're working on in Costa Mesa. And very interesting, there was a report from the city manager of Pomona on some rezoning they've done. They recently approved an accessory commercial unit ordinance, which I thought was really interesting, and I'm already brainstorming some ideas on just like how that might play out. So not asking to add that yet, but asking to start thinking about it. There was some really, really cool concepts that I've seen in other neighborhoods, and it was neat to see that in a nearby city. Great to get out on the bike again. Irvine had their Open Streets event, which I think was the first in Orange County. It was great to see Director Seth Raman there. I was out there with a good group of folks from Costa Mesa. Irvine certainly upping the ante on kind of who gets first place in terms of bike-friendly city in Orange County. So I'm excited to follow up with some of our events later this month. And shout out to Jim Erickson, who led our Cinco de Bike-O community ride last Sunday. That was a really fun, family-friendly ride. Yeah. Oh, I'll just add on 19th Street, I continue to get positive feedback as well, as folks kind of wondering what it is. I love the idea from Ms. Martin about sort of public service announcements and kind of how to use the facilities, the why behind those facilities, really how we're working to improve safety for people walking of all ages, people on bikes. I was just walking my dog in the neighborhood, and someone in the neighborhood stopped me specifically to say they love the facilities and they use them every day to get to and from work. So good progress, and it's certainly a change. Change is always hard, but I'm excited to continue this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 4, Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, audience, for joining us today. 3 quick items. First, I want to invite everyone to 2 community events for park expansions. The first is going to be tomorrow at Ketchum-Liebolt Park off of Pomona Street in Victoria. We'll be there in the city from 6 to 8 p.m. We hope you can join us and give feedback into the new vision for that park. For those that don't know, that park is very dear to our heart in Costa Mesa. It's named after 2 fallen officers who passed away in line of duty in Costa Mesa. So it's an important park for the community. It's an important park for our own law enforcement. So I hope everyone has a chance to go and weigh in on that park's future. Alongside of that note, next Friday on May 17th, we're doing the same thing, community outreach meeting at the Shalimar Park. This project will be a bit more ambitious. We are having two distinct designs shown to the residents that will drastically change how the park looks. This is a small pocket park in my district in Costa Mesa, but a really important park. So I hope you join us as well. Friday, May 15th, 6 to 8 p.m. And finally, I want to follow up on a request from last council meeting. I had a few residents that live on Center Street that raised concerns about an alleyway behind their apartment that was kind of falling apart. I did mention to them that the city staff will look into solutions. As of this time, we have confirmed that half the alleyway is owned by the city and half of it is privately owned. The city-owned portion has been repaved, and the potholes and other issues are mainly on the private part of the alleyway. While we don't have any solutions just yet, we are looking to remedy this problem. So we ask for patience as we address this issue and look for solutions, but we have heard your concerns and we're doing our best to address it. And with that, Mayor, that's all my updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is from District 2, Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do as well have a brief report, but I just wanted to talk about the Orange County Marathon that we had this weekend. I just want to thank staff, Public Works, Police and Fire. We had no big events that took place that were concerning, and that's really important to know that the general public can go out and enjoy recreating with the community and just have nice family time and not have to worry about something going wrong. I think that traffic was moved through pretty quickly and the event took place with no incidents. So I just want to thank all those that were involved, and that's all I have.
All right, thank you. From District 6, our Mayor Pro Tem, Jeffrey Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few quick items. First, it's been a couple weeks since our State of the City event. I just wanted to thank staff, all of our community partners, and especially the Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce for hosting it. It's always a great event. And now I have John Denver stuck in my head, unfortunately, thanks to the mayor. So many bike events are happening this month. Tomorrow starts our Bike to School. We have 11 schools represented over the next 2 weeks. I will be up early, heading over to Lindbergh Park for the trip over to Kaiser and Woodland Elementary Schools, starting at 7:20 in the morning. There should be a list on our website of all the different schools, so please check that out if you're interested. And then lastly, I'd like to give a shout out to two important people in my life who are celebrating birthdays. My father-in-law, Robert Hovey, tonight, all day today as well, and my daughter, Evie, who will be embarrassed by me mentioning her name. I am fairly certain that only one of them is actually watching tonight's proceedings. That's all.
Well, it's nice that Evie watches the proceedings. All right, so I just have a few things. I was happy to go and represent the city at the Epilepsy Walk. The folks came here and promoted it, and it was really good. It was over at T. Winkle Park, and it's for the Epilepsy Support Network, which is a nonprofit right here in Costa Mesa. And thanks for the PD for coming out and leading that. And then the marathon, I got to, say a few words in advance of the marathon, and in the, in the massive crowd was, as it turned out, was Councilmember Marr, who was running in the half marathon. So it was good that she did that. Let's give it up for Councilmember. It's always a fun event, and like Councilmember Gamero said, it's thank you to the police and the PD and the Public Works and all the people from the city that helped with that. It was the 20th year, and they definitely couldn't do it without us in the city of Costa Mesa. They'd be the first to say that. So Shake Shack is opening on 17th Street. It's opening on Thursday at 10 a.m. So if you want to kind of sneak out of work and go get a chocolate shake, that'd be a good time to do it. So we had, regarding a major public works project that we've been waiting on for a long time, the repaving of Adams in my neighborhood. So that happened, not without a few little hiccups. We had some issues there with dust going on some of the neighbors. And I just want to say that, it's when you have those things go wrong, it's really the opportunity to respond and how we respond. And I'm really pleased Brock Coward did a good job, and Raj's team did a good job in responding to it. But if anybody has an issue with the Adams, just give me a call or send me an email, and I'll get you to the right person. My cell phone number is 714-337-1872, and that's going to be going on for a little while. So we're going to do better, and I really appreciate that we responded so well to the issues that arose. Yeah, thanks for the shout out on the state of the city. It was really fun to do that. I told you you'd remember it. It's always going to be the one where the mayor sang, and so I did sing. And you can fast forward through the singing, but it's on the website now if you want to do that on YouTube. So thank you to everybody that helped, especially Tony Dodaro and Hadassah Jacour, who helped with all the words and the images. Let's see. I think I'm down to who we are going to adjourn the meeting for today. So there's somebody who's normally known as more of a Newport Beach figure, but we'll be adjourning the meeting tonight in memory of Richard Dick Pickup. He's a philanthropist and studied investor whose generosity and vision profoundly impacted the Orange County community. Now, Dick Pickup and his family, they own the Balboa Bay Club. They own what's now the Pendry. It used to be the Island Hotel. Before that, the Four Seasons. They own what's called the Via, Newport Beach Country Club. They own a lot of hospitality places in Newport Beach in particular. But how I know him more is as a philanthropist. So the Pickup family, if you drive down West Newport, you'll see right there, it says the Pickup Family Neurological Center. They've donated over $60 million into Hoag. And so we all benefit from that. So thank you to that. Getting back to the script, so he passed away on April 25th, 2024, known for his tireless work ethic and commitment to giving back. His legacy includes transformative gifts, as I mentioned, to Hoag, and his belief in giving until it feels good inspired others to follow his example and leave a lasting legacy of compassion and generosity. I just met him for the first time and only time on February 29th. And it was at an event for an organization called New Directions for Women. I'm not sure if you're familiar with New Directions for Women, but it's been in the city adjacent to the city of Costa Mesa over on the east side since the 1970s. And it's really saved the lives of a lot of women who have been going through addiction. And it's quite a place. And council, if you ever get an opportunity, I would encourage you to go there and check it out. They're very proud of the work they do. And Devin Martin, Dick's daughter, invited me to go there, and I went there, and I'm a big supporter of New Directions for Women because of it. So we extend our condolences to Dick's family, and we adjourn in his memory, and we'll do that later. So now we're going to go to the city manager's report. Ms. Farrell Harrison, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you've covered all of the things that I was going to talk about this evening, and so I'm going to take a pass. Thank you.
All right. Then we have only the city attorney left.
I'm just going to say I'm so glad to be back.
All right.
So glad to be back.
Yeah.
And to tell all of the students out there that if you are interested in the law, there is no job more interesting than being a city attorney. So there you go.
And she's not being sarcastic. Okay, so now we're going to go to this consent calendar. The consent calendar will be voted on all at once. Their matters are continue to be routine. Unless they're pulled, they can be pulled by either the staff or members of the public or the city council. And Madam Clerk, has anything been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, can I pull item 10?
Are you serious?
I'm absolutely serious.
Okay.
I don't, when have I
Move for
joked?
the, let's get a motion on the balance.
Move the balance.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds moves the balance, and Harper seconds it. Let's call for the question.
Oh, wait, just 1 minute, please. Sorry, just 1 minute. Okay, you may vote. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, let's read the title of number 10, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This is second reading and adoption of ordinances to amend Title 13 Planning, Zoning, and Development and Title 9 Licenses and Business Regulations of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to modify the city's retail cannabis provisions and find this project to be categorically exempt from CEQA.
All right, before we open it up to public comment, Councilmember Harper, you have the floor if you want to say something.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm not looking for a debate tonight, and I know I won't change any minds, but I voted no on this ordinance initially, so I wanted to be consistent. And I voted no because I felt like, and which ordinance reading was it? I think it was the third time or fourth time, I've lost track, but I originally voted for the ordinance change because it did not include the allowance to let cannabis shops sell. So I was being consistent in I wanted to approve people that had started the process. You could run your business, but I didn't want that ownership to be able to transfer. And that's why I voted no on the last ordinance. And that's respectfully all I'm talking about. So.
Okay, thank you. Let's open up for public comment.
Good evening, thank you. I'm Kathy Blue, and I'm a resident of Lower Point Townhomes that was developed by, in Costa Mesa 45 years ago. And it is directly next door to the proposed cannabis store.
Okay, let me stop you.
Okay.
You'll have an opportunity to speak to that when that comes up on the agenda. This has to do with the ordinance.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else wish to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, anybody on Zoom?
No.
Okay, let's get a motion. I move to approve, second by Gamaros. Let's, unless somebody else wants to be heard, let's call for the question. Do you want to be heard? Okay, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
All right, so now we're, hold on 1 second. Now we are going to take a 7-minute break. I'll see you at 7 o'clock. we're back, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. We need a minute? Okay. Okay, we're having an issue with our computer for those of you at home. So for those of you in the audience, I guess at home too, the reason we took a break at 6:53, we made such good progress, but then when you have a public hearing item, it has to start no earlier than the date set for the the time set for the public hearing, which is 7 p.m. And so we had to take a break to make sure we didn't violate that. It's 7 p.m. now, and we're, do you think is the ETA on fixing our computer issue? Should we go off the record? Okay, we'll just stay on. Should I sing Country Roads? Country roads take me home. All right. That'll get them to get the computer going. All right. You know, I forgot to mention the mayor's happy hour that Will O'Neill and I had, and the one part about that, I got killed in the mayor's games, but we did an a cappella singing contest, and I even lost that. I sang Country Roads, and he sang I've Got Friends in Low Places. So song choice was key there, and he beat me in the a cappella singing. He's got a good voice, though. Will's got a sneaky good voice. We're good? Okay, looks like we're good.
Thank you.
All right, so now please read the title.
De novo public hearing regarding planning application 22-08 for a conditional use permit to operate a retail cannabis storefront business with delivery located at 2490 Newport Boulevard, Newport Wellness. Presentation by Ms. Halligan, Senior Planner.
Okay, well, because this is an entitlement application, the first thing we do is call for any ex-parte communications with council. And so let's start over with Councilmember Reynolds, and we'll just move right across. Any? None?
None, Mr. Mayor.
None.
I talked to Keith, I think it's Keith Smith from the applicant, this morning.
None.
None for me.
None.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll have the staff presentation, and the applicant's going to make a presentation. Council members will then have an opportunity to ask questions of both the staff and the applicant. Then we'll go to public comment. After public comment, but before we close it, the applicant can come back and do a rebuttal of what was said in public comment, and then we'll close public comment and get a motion on the table. So with that, the first thing we're going to do is our staff presentation. So Ms. Halligan, you got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. I'm Michelle Halligan, Senior Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. The item before you is a request for a conditional use permit to establish Newport Wellness, a retail cannabis storefront with delivery. The project includes site and building improvements. This is a map of cannabis CUPs in the vicinity. 2490 Newport Boulevard is shown as the blue dot. There is an open storefront approximately 2,200 feet to the northwest, shown in green. There is an approved CUP over 1,000 feet to the southwest, and 2 approved CUPs over 2,000 feet away to the southwest as well, in purple. The subject property is zoned C1, Local Business District. Other commercially zoned properties are to the south and east. Residentially zoned properties are located along Monte Vista Avenue to the north and east. This is the conceptual site plan. Historic records indicate that the property was developed in the 1950s, perhaps earlier, with a commercial building and 2 residential units. The residential use is legal nonconforming and is proposed to stay. One unit is 10.5 feet from the proposed storefront. As conditioned, a new fence would be constructed between the commercial and residential areas. This is the proposed floor plan. The areas shown in green are the areas where customers are allowed, such as the lobby and the retail sales area. The areas shown in red are controlled areas where you have to have security clearance to enter. This is a photo of the existing building viewed from Newport Boulevard and a rendering of the proposed improvements. The applicant will bring the commercial building up to current codes, construct a new facade, remove parking from the front setback, and replace it with landscaping. Other improvements include adding a bike rack, landscape planters with trees in the front and side, as well as a parking lot in the rear. This is a photo of the property from Monte Vista Avenue. The commercial structure in red dashes would be removed. The red arrow shows the driveway where vehicles would access a new parking lot. The top photo is a view from Newport Boulevard looking east. The subject property is on the right. The block wall on the left is the Laurel Point Townhomes property. The lower photo is looking west toward Newport Boulevard and the 55. The subject property is on the left, and the vehicle gate on the right is the Laurel Townhomes property. Here is another photo of existing conditions and a rendering of the proposed improvements along Monte Vista Avenue. Parking would be removed from the side setback and replaced with sidewalk and landscaping. There are more than 45 standard conditions of approval for cannabis storefronts, including a photometric study to address lighting concerns. Additional conditions of approval include posting signs in the parking lot to remind customers to use consideration, reducing the hours the trash enclosure can be used, and requiring a new fence around the residential units. The Planning Commission added operational condition of approval number 27, that if the applicant wishes to remove the 24-hour security guard requirement, the change shall be reviewed by the Planning Commission. They also added condition of approval number 28, requiring a parking attendant during business hours for the first 3 months. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, Class 1, Existing Facilities, and approve Planning Application 22-08, subject to conditions of approval. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant has also prepared a presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Ms. Halligan. And so we'll give the floor to the applicant to do the applicant's presentation.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members. My name is Sean Maddox, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Newport Wellness and their proposed cannabis retail operation at 2490 Newport Boulevard. Next slide. Newport Wellness is a minority-owned premium cannabis retailer whose ownership includes 3 Orange County residents, including a Costa Mesa resident with over 15 years of combined cannabis experience and 50 years of regulated industry experience. Owners Keith Scott, Stephen Woodson, and Keith Scott II have run compliant manufacturing and distribution licenses out of Santa Ana, in addition to having over 40 years experience in the regulated tobacco space. Next slide. The proposed site improvements include removal of 2 unpermitted structures, creation of 11 conforming off-street parking spaces and 4 bike racks, a needed updated modern aesthetic to a rundown and hazardous building, site security improvements to enhance neighborhood safety, and compliant signage with no cannabis identifying features per municipal code requirements. Next slide. In conducting outreach, neighborhood security was amongst the chief concerns we heard from adjacent neighbors. The surrounding neighborhood received approximately 500 calls for service between April 2023 and April 2024, which included drug use, drinking in public, vandalism, theft, transient activity, sex crimes, and more. Newport Wellness's HDL-reviewed and approved security plan provides unique site security enhancements as well as overall improvements for the surrounding neighborhood. In addition to exterior camera with license plate recognition capability, the project includes security monitoring, lighting, and 24/7 surveillance. As a result of our outreach, we broached the possibility with a few members of the adjacent HOA of creating a neighborhood watch and/or extending the patrol of our guards to provide additional security to assist with problems from unhoused populations and the nuisances and security risks from the nearby Regency Inn, as well as fair traffic during the summer. Next slide, please. As evidenced by low incident rates in Costa Mesa's cannabis shops and the recent Orange County grand jury report, the presence of licensed cannabis operations have resulted in a decrease in crime in surrounding areas. We are confident our robust security plan and protocols will be similarly successful in decreasing crime in the neighborhood surrounding the proposed location at 2490 Newport Boulevard. Next slide, please. While we understand concerns about proximity to residential, the city has already approved 14 cannabis stores that are less than 100 feet from residences. Despite multiple locations in proximity to residents, there has not been any reported negative impacts. Lastly, it's important to remind council the city's current ordinance changes under consideration do not apply to current CUPs, such as Newport Wellness's, whose owners have been relying on a city-approved process for over 2 years. Next slide, please. With respect to positive impact on the neighborhood, the above slide shows before and after images of the proposed project, as well as photos of other cannabis retailers in Costa Mesa, whose projects have provided an instant aesthetic uplift for their immediately surrounding neighborhoods. During our outreach, it was very apparent that neighbors were ready to see improvements to a building that has mostly been neglected for over 30 years. Next slide, please. Following our Planning Commission hearing, we understood the importance of communicating with our neighbors, so we conducted another open house outreach events and 2 door-to-door street canvassing events. Most of the neighbors we spoke to were very excited about the improvements to the site. Few members expressed concerns about traffic, lighting, and security, but most concerns were allayed after a thorough communication about the proposed operations, which include a professionally engineered lighting plan, creation of off-street parking, and a professionally prepared security plan. Overall, our outreach efforts resulted in 27 letters of support, including from members within the HOA, as well as the 2 on-site tenants who are the most impacted residents. Next slide, please. Understanding that cannabis saturation has been an ongoing concern of the community, we did want to show that the proposed location is over 2,000 feet from one approved location and 1,000 from another. This is in comparison to locations on Harbor Boulevard, where stores are closer than 400 feet from one another. When council approved its cannabis ordinance, there were no restrictions on location proximity. Next slide, please. With respect to general plan and land use compatibility, planning staff put together a thorough review of the proposed project and recommended approval. The report was based off findings of fact relating to some of the very items being discussed here tonight. During the Planning Commission hearing, the staff's report, applicant feedback, and community feedback were all considered in the Commission's final decision to approve the CUP application. The conditions of approval, staff's finding of fact, and conformity with the city's general plan and land use policy all invite council to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. On behalf of Newport Wellness, I implore the council to weigh the overall benefits this business would provide to the community and to uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the application. Thank you for your time. I'm here with the applicant owner, Keith Scott, to answer any questions council may have.
So, Mr. Scott, I got your last name wrong. I called you Mr. Smith. I'm sorry. So,
no worries.
It's all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay. So now we're done with the staff presentation and the applicant presentation. Thanks to both of you for being brief. Council, do you have any questions for either the staff or the applicants? Councilmember Marr, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you please go back to the slide showing Circle K? So can you just help me explain, I mean, a lot of these are for intoxication and transients at Circle K. How would the security guard at 2490 have any impact on those calls for service?
Well, this is, I think, one of multiples. There's, I think, 20 pages in the public records request, so not all of them were related to Circle K. I think the idea is that having a security presence in general usually abates any type of criminal activity. I think the traffic flow in and of itself, we heard a lot of complaints from the residents nearby that there's transients or people loitering, doing other things in public and just not moving through. So I think the presence of not only a security guard 24/7, also a parking monitor as is imposed per the conditions of approval would generally help with keeping traffic flowing in the area and abating some of the criminal activity related to general loitering. Again, as discussed, video surveillance throughout the property with license plate reading technology as well as facial recognition is usually a deterrent to general criminal behavior.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Councilmember Gamaros?
I do. I have a few I'd like to go over. Okay, let's start with, just give me 1 second here. When the presentation was made from staff, I heard approved non-conforming. Is that correct?
Councilmember Gamaros, you may have heard that there's legal non-conforming residences.
Legal, sorry, legal. Can you tell me why it's non-conforming?
Well, the property is now zoned commercial, and so there are 2 long-standing residential units on the property, and they are no longer conforming. There are also nonconformities related to parking in the front and side setback that the applicant would address by building a parking lot in the middle. They're also non-conforming with regard to landscaping, which the applicant would address by putting landscape planters where those unpermitted parking stalls were.
So I didn't want to interrupt you because you're on a roll there. But just to back up, your initial statement was there is 2 residentials on the property?
That is correct, and they've been there since at least the early 50s.
And there's people living in them?
That is correct.
And what's going to separate? What is? Help me out with this. Normally, we've never had a residential people living on the same property as a cannabis storefront, right?
So actually, Councilmember, we have.
Okay.
So here in Costa Mesa, we do have an approved CUP on a cannabis for a cannabis storefront where there are 5 residential units on the property. Those are just separated by parking, not fencing. And we also have some cannabis storefronts that are separated from residential through a block wall. It's a separate property, but they're about 13 feet apart. In this case, the residential units are on the same property. One of them is 10.5 feet apart, so we are proposing a new 6-foot-tall wall to help distinguish the commercial from residential.
And have the residents that are on this property been made aware of the new type of business that's going to be taking place? Has any outreach from staff taken place?
So staff has not reached out to the residents, the applicant has. So the applicant's provided information, including letters from the residents.
Right, but I'm specifically the 2 that are sharing, I guess you could call it contiguous.
So staff has not conducted outreach with any of the residents on any of the other properties that have residential units on them. The applicant's responsibility is to inform those residents, and they have provided letters written from those residents as part of the record.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate. I have more questions still. One of the things that was mentioned on page 12 of this slide that staff presented was if proposing to remove 24-hour security guard, Planning Commission shall review the proposal, but the applicant stated just previously that they felt that having security on site was going to be a preventative measure. In the illustration I have, a preventative measure to prevent crime between the 2 Circle Ks. So is it the applicant's intention to try and remove the 24-hour security?
We actually proposed that condition as part of the original hearing and planning commission because under the current ordinances that are being considered at city level, there's an option to remove security. So we wanted that conditioned on staff approval because we don't intend to remove it, but we wanted an extra blockade on it that wasn't in existence based off of what's being considered in the ordinance changes.
So moving forward, you don't intend on removing your 24-hour security?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have the letters from the two residents? I know that there was a big pile of support letters here. I don't know which ones are which. Do we have available to us from the two residents that actually share the property line, that they're okay with this?
So one of the residents is here in support tonight. We have the letters in the email that was sent to staff, as well as we sent public letters. I think we just sent them to staff. So you guys have them. I know one of them's a little bit more lengthy. Both of them ended up really being in support because of the increased security. Thank you, Mayor Stevens.
What page is that? Thanks. I'll get that.
Their names are Nico and Don.
Okay, I'm gonna pass this off to someone else from now while I read these letters, because we were just given this evening, and there's quite a few of them. So for now, I'm gonna pass the ball. Thanks.
Okay, and if you, when you're ready to ask your other questions, we'll give you the floor.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. I think my questions are primarily for staff. Can we jump to slide 7 in your presentation? I'm going to have you jump around a little bit. Thank you. Okay, so this is a nice visual of sort of a before and after. I think most people would agree a positive change, at least in the aesthetics. What I'm interested in is, this is a site where that really wide driveway off of Newport Boulevard always kind of made me anxious, with lots of cars kind of coming in and coming out on a fast-moving street. So as I understand it from this visual, and I think in the conditions, that wide driveway, which exists on both Newport and Monte Vista, would be reconstructed to a sidewalk, so there'd be no vehicles turning in off of Newport. Is that correct?
That is correct. The applicant is proposing to remove the parking from the front setback, and the city of Costa Mesa is working on an improvement project along Newport Boulevard to construct that sidewalk.
Okay, and so that was going to be one of my next questions. So I have questions. Could you jump to slide 9, which I think is the view of the other corner? Oops, maybe it's 10. Yeah, great. Okay, and so same thing here. What was a sort of wide driveway would be reconstructed into sidewalk, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
In this case, the applicant would be responsible for adding the curb and gutter.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. I missed those words. So that was. I wanted to understand sort of who's responsible for what. So as I understand it, on this image here, and now I see the condition specifically says provide sidewalk, curb, and gutter along Monte Vista Ave, designed to public works standards. The other side would be we would be doing the design as part of the Newport Boulevard project that we're already doing.
That is correct.
Correct. Okay. So I'll save those comments for another day. So along Monte Vista, and really kind of the view that we're looking at now, what I'm, and having spent hours over the last week pouring through our pedestrian master plan, really interested in how designs support safety for people walking, biking, even driving down this street, and kind of the aesthetic appeal. So we'll start with the sidewalk piece. So if the conditions here say the applicant would have to build the sidewalk, curb, and gutter on Monte Vista to public works standards, can I assume that our public works standards would incorporate anything that would be part of our pedestrian-friendly design? I think that's fair. Okay. And then that goes to the landscaping. So this would be landscaping on the private property. I see the condition here that says landscaping and irrigation plans, including 5 box shade trees and shrubs and so on. In the, can you just jump to, I think it's slide 6. 5, thank you. So I see 5 trees on Newport Boulevard, but nothing on Monte Vista. Was there not room for that, or why not trees on Monte Vista?
So at this point, the landscaping's preliminary. If the project's approved, they would submit a detailed landscaping plan. And so you could amend the condition of approval related to landscaping to specify that you would want wider planters on Monte Vista with some trees as well. That's totally within your purview.
Okay, and so we just have to be specific. It's hard because it feels pretty kind of general and vague here, and so I would want to make sure that we're specific on that. We could say enhanced landscaping on Newport Boulevard and Monte Vista to improve visual aesthetic, promote shade, and incorporate other pedestrian-friendly design, something like that. Would that be specific enough?
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds, I think we can include a requirement for additional trees on Monte Vista, and then discuss like enhanced design perhaps.
Okay, additional.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
the only issue that we need to be aware of is sometimes there are utilities that might prevent us from planting trees on sidewalks.
Sometimes what does?
There are utilities. So,
Oh,
for
sure.
example,
Okay.
on Newport, I know there are some water lines that run right under the sidewalks. So as long as they're permitted, allowed by the utilities, we can do them.
Okay, as where feasible.
Yes.
I know I've
That's
read
it.
a lot of that too in the PMP. Okay. Okay, and I assume the applicant would be supportive of improvements like that. Okay, and the idea, I think especially on Monte Vista, I'll come up with some words that I would support would be, you know, aesthetic improvements, pedestrian-friendly improvements, which generally is shading, and, you know, kind of introduction to you're in a residential area on that side. Okay, thanks, those are my questions.
Okay. I just have a few. I want to put up my pictures, if I could.
Oh, sure.
Just ask a series of questions and with reference to photographs I took today. Okay. Look, can we go back to the number one? Let's one of 11. Okay, good. Okay, so this right here that's an accurate photo. Can you see the photo?
Yes,
Okay, that's an accurate photo of what it looks like today.
it is.
Yeah. Now there's a tinting place that was in there, and now that's vacated, right?
Correct.
So that's vacant, and then the other place, the Mesa Performance, is there anybody doing business there?
I think they're mostly working from home, though I think they're still paying rent on the space. So they've got a vehicle parked out front with some, I think, signage as well. There's a BMW, but they're mostly off-site.
Okay. I didn't see anybody there today. So anyway, so this is the area that's frontage of Newport Boulevard, correct?
Correct.
And this is where you'll put the landscaping, including the trees that we saw in the diagram, right?
Landscaping and sidewalk, but I think per the conditions, the sidewalk would be done by the city, but
Okay, let's go to the next one. And some of these will flip right through. Now we can go past that one. It's just kind of redundant. Go to number, okay, so now this is what it looks like now. This is an accurate photo.
correct.
Okay, so then can you explain just in reference to this photo? So again, this is where you would do the landscaping, the sidewalk, and then how would you upgrade this facade there?
It'd be a complete facade rehabilitation. We'd maintain some windows just for, general aesthetic purposes. There'd be a wrought iron gate on the right in order to prevent some transient issues that were brought up to us by the current resident tenants on site. There would be an entrance close to where the current entrance is, with a general walk up from the sidewalk that's being put in, multiple bike racks. But yeah, it would be complete rehabilitation, re-stucco, new windows. We'd fill in some of these windows. Obviously, there's no cohesiveness in the current design. It's a lot of just kind of hodgepodge. And as you get into the property, you find more and more non-conforming, illegally built structures, all of which would be taken care of as part of this project.
And so all of those construction work would all be permitted construction?
It'd have to be per conditions of approval, absolutely.
Okay. And then, so let's go to the next one, number 4. Okay, we can go past 4, it's just redundant. Okay, and this is the way it looks now?
Yeah, with the parking
number
off
5.
of Newport Boulevard.
Let's go to number 6. Okay, and now this is going down Monte Vista from Newport Boulevard, correct? That looks down Monte Vista?
Correct.
Okay, and this is the area with Councilmember Reynolds just said, we might be, assuming that we're compliant with the sidewalk, we might be able to put some additional trees or planters there. You would agree to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, now this is a, what is this structure here that looks like it's kind of caved in?
Storage garage, it's hard to say. This is part of the unpermitted structures that would be taken out of in order for us to put in the 11 permitted off-street parking spaces.
So this is right now what's called legal non-conforming, which is another way of saying illegal.
I don't even know if it's legal non-conforming, but
It's
yes,
just-
it's illegally constructed.
And you're, under your proposal, you would rip all this out.
We'd remove it all. We'd
right.
pave a brand new internal parking lot.
Go to 8, please. Okay, it's just another photo of the same thing. Let's go to 9. And then what are you going to do? This is like, looks like a garage. What are you going to do with this old dilapidated garage?
Same thing. This would be removed in order to make space for the internal parking and driveway.
Thank you. Okay, now we're up to last 2, 10. Okay, it's just another view of, this is on Monte Vista. This is what the residents see from across the street. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And would this area here with these windows, would that be part of the retail structure, or what would you do with that?
I believe those windows and the slats next to them are the very end of the permitted retail structure, so that would have a brand new facade. We probably wouldn't have as much window space. There are renderings depicting this, but again, brand new stucco facade, new windows, because size of those and just outdatedness, I think, would warrant replacement. So a definite enhancement on the current facade.
And where these weeds and vegetation are growing through the cracked asphalt, that would all be redone, correct?
It'd be sidewalk and some extensive landscaping per Councilmember Reynolds' requests.
Okay, go down to 11.
Sorry.
Okay, and this is just another, this is a view, like, if you're walking down, or walking from Monte Vista to Newport Boulevard, this is what you see on the corner right now, right?
Correct, and interesting anecdote about this picture, that bush has been cut down a little bit, but it was even larger and it was obstructing views, so we did have comments from multiple neighbors asking, hey, can you please take care of that bush because it's making it dangerous for us to turn onto Newport Boulevard because of the obstruction of the view.
And you would eliminate this bush and you would eliminate the sign as well?
Absolutely.
And so that would presumably, by eliminating those obstacles, that would improve visibility to drivers and pedestrians and people riding bikes on the corner of Monte Vista and Newport Boulevard.
Yeah, that plus the required sidewalk setback. You know, I think in coming up with a landscaping design, we'd keep in mind those neighbor comments of ensuring that we do not obstruct views. So, you know, any mature trees that were planted, we'd probably be doing ones that are a little bit more top heavy as opposed to kind of bushy, just to maintain that sight line for residents.
All right. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you. Councilmember Harper.
Can you tell me, and I'm sorry I forgot your name, it's
Sean Maddox.
Sean, thank you. And
Keith Scott.
Tell me how much in the peak hours, peak activity, how many people will be in your retail store?
I think we'd be lucky to do 200 to 300 a day. That's over 10 to, I think, 12 hours of operations. I think peak hours, maybe we'd be looking at 20 to 25.
So in the store, in an hour, 25 an hour?
Yeah, average customer roll through is probably about 7 to 10 minutes with 11 parking spots.
So maybe 5 customers in your store at a time?
Yeah, I mean, at peak, I think at worst, maybe we'd have 5 to 7. We have plans to have point of sale stations to support 8.
To 8. And then staffing, what's the staff in a store at your peak hours?
We'd have at least one staff member for supported customers. So we'd have, 2 security guards during peak hours, probably 4 to 5 cannabis specialists, an intake individual, and then as of now, we'd have a parking attendant as well.
So in your store, in the peak hours, that's 17 total people there at the store. I had that up right. Oh, let me use the lower numbers. I'll use 7 plus 7, 14, 15, 16. At what you just totaled up in total people at the store.
I'd say maximum could get up there.
I just added it up. So
Okay.
7 plus 2 plus 5 plus 1 and 1. So I've got 16 people there. And then in the apartments, this might be for staff, where do they park?
Councilmember Harper, there are assigned parking stalls for the residents. They would be short one guest stall, but their parking is it's legal non-conforming, so the non-conformance would continue. But
So
they would have assigned parking in the rear.
In the rear?
Yeah.
All the parking's in the rear though, right?
Yes, but there'd be 2 spaces reserved for residential.
So I'm looking at slide 5, if you want to go to slide 5. I'm just trying to understand the parking is all. So I count, and I may be counting wrong, 1, 2, I count 11 spaces. Does that look right to you, including handicapped? I keep missing the 12, Lauren.
Yes, there's 11 spaces plus the bike rack credit.
Oh, bike rack. Got it. So I got 11 spaces, 16 people, plus I get 1 for each resident, 1 spot for each resident.
That's correct.
So in peak parking, I need 18 spots. So that means I'm going to put, and if there's no handicap person, or I'm short 8, so 8 park in the street. Have we accounted for that? Is that what we're planning on? Down Monte Vista, I'm sure, right?
The applicant doesn't provide us with the information about their parking demands. We look at parking demand based on code and understanding that this is a legal non-conforming situation. But tonight we have heard new information about their intended employees at the property.
Just now.
So, maybe to clarify,
Sure.
Both security and parking attendants would not be parking on site. Those are dropped off by a third-party vendor. We also do have a location in Santa Ana where we've got manufacturing and distribution operations where we've got excess parking. We would provide incentives for staff to carpool to avoid staff parking on site as much as possible. So
Okay.
I think that number drops really easily down to about 12 once you start to account for those things.
I appreciate you being honest about it. I clearly think we didn't. I don't know how this works, but it seems common sense to me to look at how many employees do you have, how many customers do you have, and what does it look like when you try and park it. And to me, you're short 6 or 8. I hope the residents understand that. Parking's become a big issue in our city. So I want to ask a question, because you guys have been in this industry 10 years, 6 years, 5, long time, right? Yes, sir. I think of safety, and I think of safety in our community, not just crime, but for our youth. And I continue to read, I was on the CDC website this last week. I've seen other reports about the impacts of marijuana. I'm not talking about medical marijuana. I don't have a problem with medical marijuana, but the impact on the youth, on depression, on psychosis, on the brain development, on the statistics about the number of kids that are influenced down to age 6 by us using cannabis. And do you want to speak to that? I hope you don't mind if I ask that question, but I'd love for you to speak to it.
Yeah, we don't intend to sell to the youth. That's not our.
You need to go to the microphone if you're going to speak.
Yeah, we are a legal business that sells to 21 plus. We have no intent on serving the youth at all.
Yeah, I'd say behind that, there's specific mechanisms in place in the business plan to avoid youth diversion. Our point of sale systems actually track the amount purchased by individuals on a daily basis to avoid people purchasing over legal limits who might divert and resale to youth. We have advertising requirements that are imposed by the state to ensure that our advertisements are made in such a way to appeal to a demographic over an average age of 21. Beyond that, I know the Scotts are already in the industry. They design very high-end packaging and have a high-end store. So when it comes down to things like product selection, we'd avoid carrying products such as, some of the products that are popular in the market right now. Cookies is a brand that comes to mind that's very youth-oriented. You can go to a Tilly's and pick up a Cookies sweatshirt. We probably wouldn't carry multiple products from them because of their attempts to appeal to youth. So, I think youth diversion and impact on youth is a really important thing to the legal industry. I actually think it's an important thing that the legal industry addresses because we are restricted to serving individuals over 21 years of age. We do provide substantial tax dollars to local communities to assist with youth education about the dangers of cannabis. I agree with you, Councilmember Harper, that it is a concern, but I also think that legal cannabis businesses are the ones to assist with abating those issues as opposed to adding more to them. I think it's more the unlicensed shops, the black market that continues to proliferate throughout the state that are causing a lot of the issues that you're bringing up.
I'm looking at the CDC website. The data from 2019 found that 37% of high school students in the U.S. have reported lifetime use of marijuana, 22% within the past 30 days. And there's also a study that talked about, I think it was 71% of 12th graders thought there was no harm in marijuana. And then I've got scientific studies linking marijuana use to psychosis, depression, suicide, lower IQ, and particularly among those whose brains are still developing. So I don't know how to respond to my community when they read this stuff to me, and then I try and support. And you guys have followed all the rules, and you're going to make this beautiful, and it's a good business, and you're good business operators, and I respect that. This is where I struggle, and so I just wanted to bring it up, not to be contentious, but to say I don't know how to respond to that information. And I know my kids do what I do. Unless I want them to do it, then they don't do it. But they do what I do, and if they see me use cannabis, if they see me support cannabis, and I'm talking about recreational cannabis, they're going to do it, even if they're 6 or 10, or even if I tell them not to. So I know that's a bit of a speech, but I'm happy to have you respond if you like.
Yeah, as a father of children myself and as an individual who does not use cannabis, who supports the industry, I think a lot of the studies are suggestive of, youth issues with cannabis. And as mentioned earlier, I think a lot of those issues can be overcome with the tax dollars that are generated from a legal licensed business. When we're seeing youth exposure to cannabis, we're usually seeing it from an illicit market. I don't disagree with you about potential harms and dangers, but I do disagree with you on the source of those harms and dangers and where they're coming from. I do think that there's a higher need for outreach. I think that the city's collecting a lot of tax dollars from this, and it would be great if the city went back into the schools or worked with local businesses to ensure that the proper messaging was happening to the youth. At the end of the day, this is a regulated business. It's something that the voters of Costa Mesa approved by a 2/3 vote. It's something that the council then went and made ordinances to impose. It's a licensed and regulated business that follows California Department of Public Health regulations and a litany of others. So I don't disagree with your thought process. And again, as a father of 2 young boys, I'm not a user, but I can say wholeheartedly that I support an industry that I think in a lot of ways is less deleterious than, having a liquor store on a corner market or having a smoke shop on a corner market that can sell tobacco and be open from 8 in the morning till 12 a.m. at night with none of the improvements that are being offered here, which could happen on this site. So I don't necessarily agree with the direction of your comments, but I agree with the overall intent.
Yeah, I've heard so many times that the voters voted for cannabis in Costa Mesa. And I understand we're a democracy, but we're also a republic. And we're representative, and we should, as leaders, make certain decisions. Also, I don't think the community understood. I don't think they understand today And I think it's trending worse what the impact on the youth is. So that's where I come from, and I still have a responsibility for leadership and to consider those things in spite of what the voters voted. And again, I believe they didn't have the data we have today, and maybe were less than informed. So I appreciate you being honest and responding. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Questions for staff. So, I don't know, Scott, Michelle. The property is located within the Newport Boulevard specific plan. Was there any analysis done of whether or not it complies with the document? And I'll caveat that by saying this: the plan itself is very odd as a planning tool. It's not really a regulatory document.
The proposed use was designed outside of that specific plan. They're not utilizing any tools in the specific plan.
Right. I mean, the plan itself, which was adopted by resolution in 1996, doesn't seem to have effectuated any changes. There were recommendations, there was proposals for regulations, but nothing seems to have been adopted and changed. So it is ostensibly still consistent with what's in the plan. Yes? Michelle's looking at me quizzically.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have not analyzed the project against that specific plan. They weren't utilizing parts of it. We analyzed it based on the current municipal code and the general plan.
Okay. All right. And then moving on to the landscaping, I'm glad Councilmember Reynolds brought up some of those design-related concerns, because I do share those as well. So, Mr. Sethuraman, the proposed improvements for Newport Boulevard, does that include sidewalk improvements, landscaping? What could we envision in this corner?
So the Newport improvements that is referenced is roadway rehabilitation and also sidewalk and storm drain improvements in this area. So that's all the way between, the plan is between Bristol and 19th Street. So that's the plan right now.
Okay, on the east side we're talking about.
It's on both sides, and there are some locations where we are working on sidewalks too. So
Okay, because I do note that on Newport Boulevard there is a bike lane, striped bike lane. It's a 2-lane frontage road. It is pretty much unobstructed. You can go very fast up to between Santa Isabel and Del Mar. If you look in the area, there are some very nice mature trees. We've got some tree canopy. There's some ways to try and provide some elements, such as larger trees, that may help narrow the feeling on Newport Boulevard. Also, to try and provide some protection for cyclists. Newport Boulevard hasn't really evolved over the 18 years that I've lived here. There's very little development. So I appreciate seeing some new investment, but I want to make sure we are sensitive to that local neighborhood and trying to make sure that we provide a good entry into residential areas. We are consistent and trying to be sensitive to the compatibility with residential as well. So I'll leave it at that for right now.
Okay, we ready to go to the public? Let's open it up to the public. Yeah, if you have anything. Yes, anybody who wants to speak on the public, you have the floor, ma'am, for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. I'm a longtime resident of Laura Point Townhomes, which is directly across the street from this proposed cannabis store. I applaud them on wanting to make a new building, renovate the area, but I am directly concerned about the product being available so close to 63 homes that are in our community. Our community has small children that use the enter and exit gates for school to go to their bus stops. This is a problem that worries us. I'm concerned about the idea that there are no parking spaces. If you go by there is no extra parking spaces. And with 300 people coming in and out of a day, or having staff members on that site, I don't know where they will. I don't know how far they'll bus them, but there is no spots. We who live in that community can't even find spots. If we can't park our 2 cars in our garage and we get a third car, there is no room for anything. There is no area around us to park. So we worry. And this cannabis store directly across the street from Vanguard University, those kids are 21 years old, or a large portion of them. It doesn't bode well. I understand the city wanting to make revenue, and I applaud revenue, but would you allow a liquor store on every 400 feet? Would you allow all this where people come and go? It's an idea. I know it's an upscale and that they can sell to an upscale. 50 years ago, we would have all been in jail for this, but now it's legal and we allow it and people can drive, but they certainly can drive their car more than 4/10 of a mile to the next cannabis store. We are just dotted by these. Thank you very much. I apologize.
Thank you. No, you don't have to apologize. It's good. Anybody else in the chambers? Anybody on Zoom? Oh, sorry, we have somebody in the chambers that's coming.
Hi, good evening.
Yes.
I come before you tonight with a humble plea on behalf of our community that the proposal for this cannabis retailer seems to be yet another store to be going along Newport Boulevard and near to our homes. It has stirred deep concerns among our residents, and myself included. I urge you to carefully consider the impact this decision will have in our community, in our community's well-being, and reject the application. Newport Boulevard, north and south of the proposed location, is already home to other cannabis retailers, and the approval of another one raises valid concerns. The increased traffic, both vehicular and pedestrian, poses safety risks, particularly for families and children. Additionally, the extended business hours until 10 p.m. are worrying factors for nearby residents, myself included. I understand the importance of economic development, but it should not come at the expense of our community's peace and safety. We don't know what will happen. We don't know the positives or negatives that will happen, but we cherish the quietude of our neighborhood and streets and the sense of security it provides to our families. This yet another cannabis retailer could possibly disrupt the tranquility and compromise the quality of life for residents. I ask you to listen to the voices of your constituents and consider the broader impact of this decision. Denying this application would demonstrate your commitment to preserving the character and well-being of our community. Together, we can ensure that our neighborhood remains a safe and welcoming place for all who call it home. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Council. I'll be brief. I don't particularly care about this cannabis spot or any cannabis spot, but I just want to bring up the point that the more small businesses we can have in proximity of our neighborhoods and our neighbors, the more walkable and bikeable those businesses are. Someone brought up the point that this is proximate to Vanguard University, and if anything, that's a plus to the business, is that people are not going to be driving down Newport Boulevard to get their cannabis. People are going to be walking across the street to get their cannabis. Thus, therefore, A, relieving the parking demand that has been speculated much about in this hearing, and then B, in addition, providing a utilized amenity by people who are in proximity, because there are other cannabis stores in Costa Mesa, and if you're closer to those other cannabis stores, you're going to go to those ones. So truly, the only people that are going to be served by these residential proximate cannabis stores are the people of that residential neighborhood, or else that business is going to go out of business, and that can happen in the free market. And so that's all I'd have you consider. And I'd also say that I don't believe that this application, violates any sort of policy that the council has set up to the point that they went through the planning process and was approved by the Planning Commission. So I'd encourage you all to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else from the chambers. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, we have one more person. Okay, there's nobody on Zoom, so you'll be our last speaker, sir. Oh, there's somebody else that wants to speak? Okay, if you want to speak, come on up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Don Domain. I am understanding of the cannabis store's likelihood for that space. I am the resident of that area. I live just behind this location at the corner of Monte Vista and Newport Boulevard. I lived there for 21 years. I knew moving in there that I would be living next to a commercial business. It hasn't been a problem. I kind of have geared my life to living next to that business. I am frequent to my business neighbors and the comings and goings of that business. It's really no different to me than having residential neighbors. We share the same driveway, and we've often looked up after the property for each other during business hours and even after hours. Throughout the years, there's been incidents, police reports called for many things from burglary, transients, abandoned vehicles, furniture, drug use. The list can go on, as you saw. I think having a secure business there with guarded detail in place would be a huge deterrent from anything that can go on there along the stretch of Newport Boulevard. A nicer looking, well-run business can make the area much safer. Although I'm not a cannabis customer, aside from what's sold inside, I don't feel like this business model is much different than any other retail business. I feel it's very different from these nearby smoke shops and liquor stores, which dot the area as well. I've seen the design proposals. I'm happy that they've incorporated my residence into that. I fully support the upgrades. The business has been in disrepair for many, many years. It was just kind of a condition of me moving in there that I was hoping for improvement, but it never really came. I do appreciate that they did incorporate the residents again, and I feel like their plan is good. I'm not concerned about the parking issues. I feel like they don't bring large crowds in, and plenty of residents from the townhouse seem to park all along Monte Vista and in the designated parking for this business, so I don't understand why they can't park within their community. Closing, I feel like the business will integrate itself into the part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. While the plans to make it aesthetically nicely looking is great, I feel that any business that comes in there is going to have to do this. Having another cannabis business is flooding our community with not only this product, but leaving other small businesses aside and able to flourish as we're just giving all these permits to cannabis companies. I live right across the street at Laurel Point, and the parking, again, is a situation already. Having 200 to 300 people, strangers, come that close in our community right across the street from our gate is really concerning. I don't think anybody here would really want 200 to 300 strangers walking really close and having access into their community every day. We don't know what kind of people those are. I'm not going to generalize the people that frequent these facilities, but just keeping that in mind. Having a lot of these new walls and gates and fences up, they're just going to get tagged on. We have a Newport-facing wall to our community, and that's constantly getting tagged on. We're having to spend our HOA dollars getting that painted all the time, so I don't know why this wall would be any different. And again, just the parking situation, bringing strangers. We don't want, it's great that there's going to be a new sidewalk and trees. We don't want people coming in and out around our community. We want them on the street, away from our homes. So I hope you can take that into consideration and really put yourself in our place as if you were a resident in our community, and hope you can take that into consideration. Again, I think any business that gets in there is going to have to make it aesthetically pleasing or up to code. So let's consider another business. Thanks.
Anybody on Zoom? Okay, sir, you have an opportunity to rebut what was said, and then we'll close public comment.
Okay, can I give a public comment as well? And
well, you can take the time you need to rebut what was said by the public.
Gotcha.
That's the key. That's this section of the meeting, the rebuttal section.
100%.
And it's okay, Sean can come up and do the same thing.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to start off by saying my name is Keith Scott. I'm the owner and the applicant of the project that we're reviewing. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa for over 5 years. I voted in favor of this measure as well. It's been a long process, and we were excited that Planning Commission and staff, recommended this project, and Planning Commission voted to go ahead. Despite the setback in the review process, it did give us opportunity to reach out to the community once again. We did a couple outreaches. One day we walked around the neighborhood, talked to local businesses. On a Saturday, we reached out to the residents in the neighborhood, and we hosted a second open house. And
Excuse me for a second. I don't mean to interrupt you, but so you had, you were there, you had the opportunity to give kind of a general discussion. You did that. So now what I'd like you to do is, there were many things that were brought up by the public. If you can confine your remarks, not to general remarks about outreach and stuff like that, but what did you hear the public say, and do you have a response? And then we'll close public comment. We'll get a motion on the table.
I'll let Keith follow up, but a few of the comments, I think the last woman who stood up talked about other businesses requiring to do updates of this site. It's untrue. We are a use that requires a CUP, and as part of that CUP process, the city is able to impose conditions on our use that they're not able to do to legally conforming businesses. A legally conforming business for this location would be something like a smoke shop, where they could actually be selling Delta 8, kratom, and some other unregulated substances that don't have the same security requirements, will not have the same update requirements that we would have to be going through. Another thing that was brought up is kind of loitering and graffiti. As part of our conditions of approval, we are not allowed to have graffiti on site or loitering around the business. We're actually supposed to monitor the business within 50 feet of the perimeter. So that's something that would be addressed as part of our operations. I think with respect to the Vanguard University comments, Vanguard University was not a sensitive use per the city's ordinance. We do have a 21 and over requirement. We can't discriminate over our customers, but we don't believe that proximity to Vanguard University is an issue. I've seen projects that are proximate to Crossroads Church that has a daycare on site that were approved. So I think that these are new concerns that are coming up about projects that are really moot with respect to what's required of these operations. I think one of the most important aspects of this is we are bringing a safe business to the community, one with security, one with safety improvements as well as aesthetic improvements. But what was mentioned time and time again is traffic. I know it was a concern of Councilmember Harper's and at least two of the individuals that came up here today. I will say with this business, 200 people a day sounds like a lot. It's not when you're bringing people in 5 to 7 minutes and cycling them out. We are creating 11 conforming off-street parking spaces in an area where we've had parking off of Newport Boulevard, which I know the city is trying to address through as many of these projects as possible, but it's a hazard and it's dangerous. We heard directly from the current tenant on site that a lot of the parking congestion comes from local residents who aren't parking in their spots or, have overflow parking issues. We proposed the condition of approval to add a parking attendant. We'd be happy to extend that from 3 months to 6 months. We'd be happy to even offer a review to come in from a council or planning commission to review this project after a couple months of operations to see if there are any really legitimate changes in traffic. I think one of the other interesting things about traffic is usually traffic concerns and congestion is related to people who are parking in areas for hours at a time. Again, as mentioned earlier, our customers are coming for 7 to 10 minutes tops. So those spaces that are being occupied are immediately being turned over. So if there's residents looking for parking, they're going to go park in one of those spots and that spot's going to be gone. So I really don't see this as a traffic issue. We're committed to, abating any traffic concerns. Again, I think we'd propose coming back in front of Council or Planning Commission with respect to traffic issues if that were deemed an additional condition that would make Council more comfortable with the project.
Yeah, and if I could add, during our outreach the last 2 weeks, we've collected 25 letters of support, 2 letters from the residents for a total of 27. The biggest things I heard was, when do you open? Is there a neighborhood discount? And are you hiring? I'm a local resident. We're looking to put in a mom and pop shop over there. So I humbly ask you guys to support this project.
And so thank you. I appreciate the comments submitted, and we'll close public comment. And it looks like we already have a council member that wishes to make a motion. Councilmember Gameros.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to make a motion with the following proposed conditions. So my motion would be to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve with the following conditions. Based on what the applicant has said, I would like to include with that permanent 24-hour security and permanent parking attendant during business hours. And if they're willing to agree to those 2 things, then I'm willing to move forward with my proposal.
Well, let's ask that. So I think you already answered pertaining to the security guard. What about the parking attendant? Is that something that's acceptable? So they said yes for the record, and so let's see. I'll second that. Go ahead. Okay, you got a second, council member. Is that your motion?
It is.
I seconded it, so you can be heard on your motion.
Okay, thank you. So I want to go over a few things. One of the things that was brought up by a constituent was the fact that it was so close to a university. The fact that we didn't hear anything from anyone at the university tells me that it doesn't seem like it's an issue for the university. The other thing is, I did look at the letter from the resident who was there, and then I was going to ask about that, but the resident actually spoke. So we have a resident that actually shares the business on the same footprint of the property, and they don't seem to have an issue with it. So just based on those things, I mean, I kind of understand where everyone's coming from, and I do appreciate everybody's input, but I don't think it's going to have the perceived impact that we're looking at. So those are the reasons for my approval.
Thank you. So on behalf of the second, yeah, I do think it's going to have an impact, but it's going to have a positive impact. This is one of the most blighted, dilapidated properties on a major corridor in the city of Costa Mesa. And the reason I put up the all those pictures is I find that the current state of the property is just absolutely gross, and it needs an upgrade. I'm not happy that we have property like that in the city of Costa Mesa. I don't like vacant places. I don't like vacant buildings. I don't like weeds growing through the grass. I don't like dilapidated, broken down, non-conforming garages on major thoroughfares in the city. I do not like that. And these folks are going to come in and they're going to fix it. They're going to make it nice. They're going to make it safe. I also don't like safety problems on major corridors. I don't like impacts of homelessness and vagrants. I'd love to get those folks off the streets, but while they're on the streets, they can cause a lot of issues. I've said it many times, the 3 ways to address those issues are lighting, activity, and security. This proposal checks all those boxes. It will bring security. It will bring safety to the area. It will also bring on Newport Boulevard, a better visibility that will make Newport Boulevard safer. As for the ideas about cannabis, it's a voter-approved industry. It's we have now had enough experience with cannabis businesses to show that despite all the fears that we've heard, they are low-impact businesses. People go in, they park their car, they come out, 7 to 12 minutes later, they take their merchandise, they go home. It's a high-end, affluent retail business, plain and simple. I'm not a big cannabis consumer. I'm not advocating for people to consume cannabis, but I do remember what the world looked like before Measure Q, and there were 40 trap shops in Costa Mesa. And if you're concerned about youth using cannabis in Costa Mesa, you should embrace the legal market. You should embrace Measure Q. You should embrace businesses like this, because before Measure Q, there were 40 trap shops selling unregulated product to minors. This is an easy call for me.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds.
I would ask the maker of the motion to, if he'd be open to including the following. So, Lauren, would you include modifying the condition on landscaping to include enhanced landscaping on Monte Vista, including incorporating trees where feasible, that improve the visual aesthetics consistent with a residential neighborhood and promote pedestrian-friendly design to be designed to the satisfaction of the Director of Economic and Development Services?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm sure the applicant is okay with, yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Second agrees.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Harper.
Maybe you or Councilmember Gamaros can explain to me, there are 11 parking spots, one's handicap. 2 go to the residents that live there. That leaves, in my mind, 8. The applicant said there's 9 employees. So how do I get people to, I mean, people are going to park on the street, right? Is that acceptable? And I can ask city staff, or is there something that can be put in your motion to, and the applicant brought up, oh, we can bus people in. Can there be a requirement? I'm looking for a solution because it doesn't make sense to me, respectfully.
Councilmember Harper?
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know that per code, this cannabis storefront has to have 8 parking spaces, which they have. But there have been other applicants that have obtained off-site parking agreements. So that might be something to discuss.
Oh, it's a suggestion.
But there's some have been formal, others have just been implied as an option because they are meeting their minimum standard for parking for that cannabis storefront.
So they meet the standard. I appreciate that. And I still, but logically look at it and go, if everybody that works there shows up, everybody that comes there parks on the street, if everybody parks. So somewhere you got 6 to 8 to 10 cars on the street. And again, I think you're going to make a beautiful job of it, but you're still going to interrupt a lot of people on that street in Monte Vista. And so I hope that's a fair comment. You can speak.
Okay,
I'll give you my time.
May I, Mr. Mayor? So,
yes, of course.
You did mention that you wouldn't mind directing it to one of us. So, I did take your earlier comments in consideration, and in lieu of doing nothing, I decided to ask the applicant if they would be willing to have a 24-hour parking attendant during business hours, and they agreed. That's kind of what I came up with as a solution, because really there is no other solution that could be provided. So this would help to prevent someone just coming and dropping a car off or leaving a car there that was not intended to be for the business, and it would help impact the surrounding neighbors. In addition to that, there is one resident here that spoke and said he's fine with sharing his space and whatever comes along with that. So I feel like I addressed the parking issue. I tried to anyways by asking for a parking attendant.
Right.
And they said they would do it, so it's like the olive branch.
It was very good, and I was hoping you could make some of the cars disappear, but that's above and beyond. But does it make sense to the residents to have no employees allowed to park in the parking spaces, and they would park permanently on the street? Is that a better option than having customers come and go on that street? That's I kind of respectfully don't care what the code says. Just logically, I got 9 employees, I got 10 spots, and I got room for 1 customer. It's just I think it's a reasonable comment. If we as a council want to say, go park on the street, and the residents are all okay with 6 to 10 cars on the street as this business operates on the Monte Vista, then that's okay. But I'm just pointing out the obvious.
Mayor?
And I don't have a solution. I apologize. So.
Yeah, I have a question that may get at a solution, if I may.
Yes, of course.
Director Sethuraman, would Monte Vista potentially qualify for the residential parking permit program? I'm not sure if that counts as a residential street. I think it does.
Yeah, if there are impacts due to external factors, it does.
Right. So this could be, I think that could be a solution, right? If there are challenges where commercial use is impacting on-street parking in residential areas, those residents could apply for the residential parking permit program.
Again, they have to qualify, and based on the potential for this impact, you're talking about handful of cars. It's not like the fairgrounds type of impact. It's not thousands, hundreds of cars parking. So
yeah.
So
Or even a restaurant.
Yeah, it's not even that close.
I don't want to feel like I'm blowing off the parking issue. I mean, it is. I listened carefully to what the applicant said. I think the parking attendant is good because it's going to prevent people from parking for long periods of time, but the parking is going to circulate through quickly. It parks to code, and I kind of honestly, knowing what I see in different places that I drive by, and there's a lot of them, I honestly think that the applicant was overly optimistic about the number of customers that they'd have at any one time. I don't see that at other places, but I drive around these places all the time, and I don't see any parking issues. Go ahead, Councilmember Gameros.
So if we're going to go down the path of offering up parking permits for the impact that the applicant may cause, then I'm going to want to ask that the applicant pay for those permits. So I don't know if we want to go down that road or not, but if we're talking about 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever it is that are impacted because of this, and then they have to pay out of their pocket, I don't think that's fair. So I don't know that I want to go down that route of putting together a permit parking situation. We have a parking attendant in place to prevent this. When businesses close, people park all over. They park on school grounds. They park wherever they can park during business hours. When there's a parking attendant, all those vehicles will be disbanded upon. And I'm sure that the applicant does not want to fill all of their parking spaces for their employees, and customers don't have a place to park. They're going to want to have their customers have the premier parking spaces so that they can get business. So I feel like this has been covered. I understand Council Member Harper's issue with parking. I feel like it's been addressed. I don't know what else we can do about it.
I agree. Anybody else want to speak?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Mar.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion for a variety of reasons. I clearly don't have the votes, so I'm not going to go into detail. I will say I'm a little concerned about the notion that cannabis is a panacea for all streets, all developments, all buildings that seem to be crumbling. Like, let's just solve it by sticking a dispensary there. They'll clean it up. That cannot be this council's answer for everything, and I think it's a little disingenuous to sort of keep throwing these side-by-side pictures up and saying, hooray for cannabis for making this building look better. I think there are larger, deeper consequences for our community, for our kids, for parking. Hey, if we actually cared about that, we would have funded all of our economic development planning by now. We would have added more to the planning staff. We would have actually updated the Newport Boulevard specific plan once in the last 35 years, but we haven't. We haven't prioritized those things because we've been spending 3 years talking about cannabis. So I just think that that's a completely garbage argument and felt compelled to say that. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm not one bit offended. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-2 with Councilmember Mar and Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay, before we take a break, I'm going to make a motion. I move that we move NB1, the Raiders item, up to our next item, and if I get a second, we'll just vote on it. Second by Councilmember Mar. Let's call for the question.
Okay. Hold on, let me get the motions in there. Okay, you all may vote.
Okay.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Let's take a break and let's be back at, let's say, 35, 8:35. All right, we're back on the record. And before we left, we made a motion to unanimously move new business 1 up to our next item. So, Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
One-year use agreement for Jack Hammett Sports Complex with Raiders Football Club for 2024 preseason training camp. Presentation by City Manager, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Ms. Farrell Harrison, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Before you this evening, we have a proposed one-year use agreement between the City of Costa Mesa and the Raiders Football Club for the use of our Jack Hammett Sports Complex. And so before I go into the presentation, I just wanted to give a brief overview on a couple of things. One, as you know, our city has over 30 parks in its park inventory, and we have parks that range everything from, very small neighborhood parks to our over 100-acre Fairview Park. But one of our most esteemed and pristine parcels of open space is our Jack Hammett Sports Complex. We're unique and we're an elite city in that we are just one of 2 or maybe 3 cities in the entire nation that have actually hosted a professional National League football team to conduct its preseason training camps. As you know, we've had an agreement with the Chargers for 7 years now, and the agreement that we have before you this evening is a proposed agreement between ourselves and the Las Vegas Raiders. Next slide. We've been approached by the Las Vegas Raiders regarding the 2024 summer training camp, at least a portion of their preseason training camp. As you know, our agreement with the Chargers allows for them to opt in or opt out every year. And so this year, the Chargers have decided to opt out, thereby freeing up the field for other users. Our Jack Hammett Sports Complex has been used in the past by even collegiate teams, as well as NFL teams. In 2010, we hosted the University of Alabama football team and the University of Florida football team in 2014. And we're all familiar with the arrangement that we've had with the Chargers for some years now. Some of the main highlights of the agreement with the Raiders is to use our complex for first training camp maintenance, which means that they'll be working on making sure that the fields are ready for the training camp. And so they'll have access to fields 1 through 6, starting as early as June 4th. The training camp itself would actually take place approximately from July 19th to August 11th. And then they could opt for potential future use if it's not being utilized. And so we're really excited to bring this agreement before you this evening. We enjoy public-private partnerships here at the city, especially of this nature where we get to host a professional team that gets to know our city, gets to bring in additional revenue. There's an economic benefit to public-private partnerships and hosting an event of this nature. And so we're really excited to bring this agreement to you this evening. In terms of the negotiations with the Raiders, what we have negotiated is a $165,000 use fee for use of the sports complex. As you know, any revenue that's generated from use of these fields stays in a special restricted fund that's just for improvements to those fields. This funding does not go into the general fund. It is specifically for the Jack Hammett Fund and will only be used for improvements to fields 1 through 6. In addition, they'll be investing approximately $600,000, all costs included, for improvements to fields 3 and 4 to bring them to current NFL standards. And so that's an excellent enhancement for us. We don't have $600,000 ourselves to be able to get it to this level of functionality, but it's our user groups that will be actually able to benefit from this. We have about 5 user groups with almost 3,000 kids that use our fields. And so we're really excited about this particular contribution and their ability to get the fields to NFL standards and our community being able to benefit from that. Other benefits that have been included in the agreement is a city-hosted junior training camp for kids ages 6 to 12, tickets to attend an NFL preseason game here in Southern California. For Costa Mesa High School, the replacement of fitness and weight training equipment, a mobile recreation van for programs in underserved areas throughout the city. You may know that we only have one mobile rec van. That van makes stops at 4, sometimes 5, but mostly 4 parks. Sometimes they can only stay at one park, just once a week. And so we'd like to have another mobile rec van to be able to enhance our programming in some of the areas of the city where we don't have as much access for our residents to open space. And then a $10,000 donation to a local youth sports group. Another benefit is just the overall economic benefit, as I mentioned, of the Raiders being here in town and staying at local hotels, visiting our restaurants. There's an estimated $1.3 million revenue generation from that activity. And so we're really happy to have that economic benefit to the overall city and to our businesses as well. In addition to the agreement this evening, there'll be a special events permit where a lot of the details will be hammered out between the city and the Las Vegas Raiders. We'll have our public safety teams, our maintenance teams as well, working with them on all the different aspects of it to ensure that we have parking controls, traffic controls, and all of the necessary amenities to make sure that there's as little disruption to the neighborhoods and the community as possible. And so tonight, this is a 2-part recommendation, and I'll also mention that there is a supplemental memo that was provided to council and also available for the public online, where we have a revised agreement from the one that you received last week in your packets. And we also have an additional recommendation here, but tonight we're asking for the approval, for you to approve and authorize for the city manager to execute a use agreement for the city's Jack Hammett Sports Complex for a portion of the Raiders Football Club's 2024 summer training camp and related community benefits. And the additional recommendation that requesting between myself and the city attorney this evening is to authorize myself in coordination with our city attorney to make any and all additional amendments to the agreement as needed to ensure compliance with the NFL's constitution and or bylaws and related requirements. And that concludes my report. We do have, I believe, Sandra Morgan, the president of the Raiders, on the line, along with Justin Carley, who's their senior vice president and general counsel. And here in our own chambers, we have Lucas Paul here sitting in the front row, who's also one of the attorneys for the Raiders, to answer any questions if you have any. That concludes my staff report.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Farrell Harrison. So do the Raiders have anything they want to say by way of a presentation, or are you just here to answer questions from the council?
Good evening, council members and Mayor Stevens. I just wanted to share a few words. I can keep it brief. I just wanted to talk really quick about this opportunity. First of all, as City Manager Lori Ann mentioned, my name is Lucas Pauley. I'm counsel for the Las Vegas Raiders. And first and foremost, I want to thank you all for this opportunity to speak and join you all tonight. This is a fantastic opportunity for us, Las Vegas Raiders, but we think as well for the city of Costa Mesa. We're very grateful for the chance to work and visit Costa Mesa for our 2024 training camp and get ready for a successful season. As part of our visit and the use of the Jack Hammett facility, we're happy to contribute financially and through other community benefits, as was mentioned here in this presentation, and ensuring that we are compliant with all league rules and any restrictions there too. With that said, we are working with the Southern California teams in terms of figuring out what that looks like. But we are at a point now where this would allow the Raiders to still hold training camp here in Costa Mesa with some revisions to the draft agreement, as mentioned. The core of the agreement is still intact, and so that would allow us to really boost and support the city of Costa Mesa, as mentioned in these deal points. So I just wanted to mention that, and again, thank you all for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Anything else from the Raiders? Any questions of staff or the Raiders? Oh, yeah, Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, real quick. Other than them being the Chargers, and I love the Raiders. I've been a Raiders fan all my life. Were there any downsides to having a pro team here with the Chargers? I mean, I can't think of any negatives in this report, so it's all good.
No, I think at this point, the community is accustomed to this annual event, and so I think that we've had a lot of success. We work so closely, our teams with theirs, to make sure that there's as little disruption as possible, that it's basically viewed as a positive for the city and the community as a whole.
In our staff report, we talk about 600,000 being invested. It's not really in the contract. That's fine. I'm just trying to understand what the 600,000. Is it all turf, or what is it? Does it stay there? The benefits stay there after you guys go?
Right. Councilmember Harper, you're mentioning the $600,000 going into the renovation of the fields, correct? So that's going to be a mix of redoing some of the irrigation systems that we need to get the field properly ready. It's going to be flattening and resurfacing the fields, and all of that contemplates hiring at least 4 local contractors that are going to help with that job. It's a pretty massive project from the maintenance periods, which starts June 4th all the way through training camp.
Great. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Gameros.
So I just want to know if the Raiders would be willing, if I'm looking at page 5 here, would be willing to engage with the youth in our community with some sort of an outreach or a meet and greet with the players. I know it would mean a lot to the youth sports community, not just football, but we have quite a big foothold in sports. So I just wanted to put that ask out there if there would be an opportunity for that, like an exclusive engagement for them, like, a special VIP for the kids in our city.
Yeah, so we are subject to the NFL's league rules, which generally prohibit certain activities in another team's home marketing area. Like I mentioned, we are in talks currently with the other Southern California teams about what that looks like. But as of right now, we are committed to funding a city-organized youth camp. We are also supporting, through a different agreement with the Newport Mesa Unified School District, an event for the high school football team here at Costa Mesa High School. That also goes with the donation that we are providing to the weight room and all the fitness equipment at Costa Mesa High School. So generally there is a big focus for us on youth. There's also a $10,000 donation to a youth sports league. A meet and greet might be a little beyond what we can do, but we're trying to find other ways to try to make up for that with the youth.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
So what I hear you saying is that the Raiders would be willing to do it as long as it be compliant with the rules?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then can you just summarize, because we're talking about Jack Hammett, but what utilization is going to be made of the school site at Costa Mesa High School?
Yeah, so Costa Mesa High School, we plan on using it. It's a perfect location for us, right next to Jack Hammett, to serve as something of a locker room and a weight training room. So we will be renting out portions of that, and also building sort of a temporary locker room on site at the high school.
Okay, sounds good. And that's going to go before the school board, presumably?
Yes. We are still in talks with the high school on that agreement. It's not finalized yet, but it should incorporate all of those points.
Okay, great, thanks. I don't have any other questions. Okay, let's open it up for public. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Anybody, the folks on Zoom, you want to make sure you have an opportunity to be heard, but you're good? Okay.
Ms. Morgan, did you wish to speak?
No, I just wanted to thank you, city manager, and Lori Ann and mayor and council for the opportunity. That's why we have esteemed council present. He covered everything I think that we would like to discuss in the agreement. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, you did a good job. Okay, let's open it up to public comment. Frank, you got the floor.
Hi, I'm Frank Albers with Mountain Flag Football, and as one of the bigger users for Jack Hammett, we fully support it. I think it's great for the community. I know there's been some talk about the Raiders fans and stuff like that, but at training camp, that's not really an issue. It's just people there to watch their team practice. So I don't see a downside. We're all for it. I think it's great for the city. So I just want to say we support it. My only question is that, later on down the line, impacts. We're hoping to start our season September 6th. It seems like August 11th would be plenty of time to get the fields back. I'm not worried about the fields they play, but when the Chargers were there, some like where the stands were and some of the other tents, there was sometimes some damage to fields 1 and 2. So I was just curious, later on down the line, again, I think overall it's a great thing for the community. So just if we need to push our start date back, willing to do that. So just kind of curious is the impact of soccer fields 1 and 2, if they're going to do something similar to what the Chargers did. So that'd be my only thing. But again, generally very supportive of it. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, and distinguished council members. My name is Dennis Ashnorf. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa. We are blessed. Tonight, you can approve a small proposal that may cement Costa Mesa as a nationally known and respected city while assisting in your efforts to make it stronger. Costa Mesa is home to what we consider our most pivotal defense industry, Anduril. A city admired for its companies is better equipped to attract top talent. It's not just Anduril, but also the significant presence of Tesla that has paved the way for Rivian, Bentley, and Lucid to establish facilities here. They are not just companies, but symbols of our city's prestige and potential. By leveraging our strengths, we can enhance our chances of persuading electrical vehicle companies like BYD to expand in Costa Mesa. This in turn will drive our city's growth and success by attracting more businesses and talent. We can become a leading, nationally recognized city. With Norte and our incredible food scene, we attract people. But imagine the wide-ranging effect of saying, Costa Mesa hosts the summer home of Las Vegas Raiders with its commitment to excellence. We didn't receive noticeable benefits from the Chargers' sojourn. Second-tier regional teams have little swagger, and the Rams placed their training camp at UCI to prevent the Chargers from claiming OC as its home. Like the Chargers, the Rams have moved on. The Raiders, like the Cowboys, Chiefs, and 49ers, are national teams. Their fans aren't necessarily residents of their home cities. The Raiders are an upgrade, but we must support them with welcome parties, banners, and quick responses, probably similar to what we should do for Anduril. For example, having a city representative serve as a primary contact with Anduril, the Raiders, and electrical vehicle companies would be wise. These companies may anchor our future, but only if we play ball smartly. Approve the Las Vegas proposal tonight with fanfare and joy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I don't see anybody else from the chambers. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close public comment. I would make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Harlan. So I was here when we approved the Chargers in 2017. I thought that was a great partnership. But I do agree with Dennis that while I love the Chargers, and I don't want to say anything negative about the Chargers because it was a really good relationship and a really good partnership, so I don't want it to be misconstrued. But the Raiders are like another level of, I'd say, notoriety and national, national profile. And just if you look at what we've seen since this got in the press. I mean, we've been in Sports Illustrated, USA Today, and every time Costa Mesa is mentioned in those places, it increases our stature. The Raiders are a proud organization. I will personally say, and I'm probably the only person who could say that in this room, that I was at their first Super Bowl win. On January 9th, 1977, I was 13 years old, true story, at the Rose Bowl. They played the Minnesota Vikings, and they won, I think, 34-17. Fred Biletnikoff was the MVP that day. Of course, Kenny Stabler was the quarterback. Those were the good old days of the Raiders. I watched when Marcus Allen made that run in 1984 and cheered for Marcus Allen. And I was there the last time the Raiders played in the Super Bowl back in at Qualcomm, and it was 2003. It didn't work out so well for the Raiders, but I've enjoyed watching the Raiders. I admire the Raiders. It's a great organization. I have so many friends that are fans, rabid fans of the Raiders. They have a loyal fan base like no other and a commitment to excellence. So I hope that this motion passes. And like I said in my quote, just win, baby, just win. Council or Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I can't top your nostalgia or your memory of Raiders history, but I have also long been a fan and remember going to games in the Coliseum in the 80s. I think it's also a good opportunity for us to look forward, and I know the Raiders will have much success in the future, like we will have in Costa Mesa, and I think it's great that we have this continuity that, as was stated by the public, there's an expectation that we have these kinds of facilities and people want to come to Costa Mesa for precisely these reasons. So I'm very happy to be supporting this.
Anybody else want to be heard?
Mr. Mayor, if I could-
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, great job, staff. Great job making sure that we are accommodating location for not one, but two NFL teams. I do want to thank the Las Vegas Raiders for their commitment to our city. It's really evident in the benefits you're providing Costa Mesa that you do see us as a long-term partner and that you do care about the integrity of the community. So I want to thank you deeply for investing in our high school football teams and investing in facilities for our community like mobile rec band. These are all things that I think bode well, and we're just grateful that you find us to be a good partner. So thank you for joining Costa Mesa.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just share that you've got the sort of the full spectrum of fanhood here, from the super fan to someone who rarely watches NFL, I'll admit, but I'm a global football person. But the first and almost only NFL game I've been to was a Raiders game at the Coliseum when I was a kid growing up in Costa Mesa. So it is kind of fun to see it come full circle. I'm excited for this, and also want to thank staff for moving very quickly to find an agreement that works. So thank you, and let's go.
Anybody else? Okay. We got a motion and a second. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Council, and welcome to the Las Vegas Raiders to the great city of Costa Mesa. Where are our green paddles when we need them? Or we can have black paddles. Okay, anyway, so now let's go back to our regularly scheduled program. We have public hearing number 2. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
General Plan Amendment to amend the 2015-2035 General Plan Circulation Element by adding a reference to the Costa Mesa Pedestrian Master Plan and revising policies under goals C-1 to C-12, and approval of the draft Costa Mesa Pedestrian Master Plan, and find the project exempt from California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15262 and 15061B3. Presentation by Ms. Rosales, Transportation Services Manager, and Mr. Thomas, Active Transportation Coordinator.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Honorable Council. Tonight, we are asking for you to review and approve the draft pedestrian master plan, along with the general plan amendment to the circulation element, which will revise policies and recommendations to incorporate recommended policies outlined in the draft pedestrian master plan. As some background, the City Council approved an active transportation plan in June of 2018 that included a bicycle facilities map, as well as an amendment to the general plan circulation element to revise conceptual bicycle master plan and revise associated policies. Later, staff secured a $125,000 grant from the Southern California Association of Governments to develop a pedestrian master plan, and City Council approved a local match of $75,000 for a pedestrian master plan project. Subsequently, City Council identified a strategic objective for the staff to present the pedestrian master plan update to the City Council for direction under the council goal to advance environmental sustainability and climate resiliency. The pedestrian master plan provides general plan policies and tools specific to improving the pedestrian experience to support the active transportation vision for active transportation throughout the city of Costa Mesa. It also expands upon the pedestrian opportunity zones developed as a part of the active transportation plan and identifies pedestrian programs, a pedestrian improvement toolbox, and policy recommendations to improve the pedestrian environment. There are 6 objectives of the pedestrian master plan. Number 1 is to promote a pedestrian-friendly transportation system. Number 2 is to create a safer place to walk. Number 3 is to integrate pedestrian elements into the circulation system and land use planning. Number 4 is to promote a culture of walking. Number 5 is to promote the positive air quality, health, and economic benefits of walking. And number 6 is to monitor, evaluate, and pursue funding for implementation of the plan. Community engagement played a significant role within the development of the pedestrian master plan. Specifically, there were 6 walk audits, 3 community workshops, 7 active transportation committee presentations, a project survey, both electronically and in person, as well as an online mapping tool. The first active transportation committee meeting was held on November 4th of 2020 and reviewed expectations from the Active Transportation Committee. When I say Active Transportation Committee, of course, I'm referring to both the Active Transportation Committee and the previous Bikeability and Walkability Committee. At that November 4th, 2020 meeting, we also reviewed strategic objectives of the plan, the project schedule, and strategies for outreach and engagement. A second Active Transportation Committee meeting was held on January 6th of 2021, recapping the project at that point, as well as preliminary collision data that had been collected and potential walk audit locations throughout the city. On March 3rd, an additional Active Transportation Committee meeting was held where the project was again updated to the committee and a review list of walk audit dates and locations. The first walk audit was held at the Triangle on Wednesday, March 31st of 2021. On Saturday, April 3rd of 2021, a second walk audit was held in Westside Costa Mesa along 19th Street. On Wednesday, April 7th of 2021, a third walk audit was held on the Northern Harbor Corridor, north of Adams Avenue. On Saturday, April 10th of 2021, a fourth walk audit was held in the vicinity of Baker Street and Fairview Road. On Wednesday, April 14th of 2021, a fifth walk audit was held, again on the west side, this time on South Harbor Boulevard, south of Wilson Street. And on Thursday, April 15th of 2021, a fifth walk audit was held in the Sobeca area in the Freeway Triangle. Following the walk audits, an additional Active Transportation Committee meeting was held in regards to the pedestrian master plan, where a project update was provided and additional updates were made on outreach and engagement, as well as the initial sample of the pedestrian toolbox treatments, which I will speak to in a moment. The first committee workshop was held following that Active Transportation Committee on July 27th of 2021, which provided the public with a project overview and potential pedestrian treatments. A second community workshop was held on October 6th of 2021 with initial draft recommendations of the pedestrian master plan. Following that community workshop, an additional Active Transportation Committee meeting was held on December 1st of 2021 that provided additional input on draft recommendations. And then an additional Active Transportation Committee meeting was held on January 19th of 2022 that presented the draft pedestrian master plan report to the Active Transportation Committee and allowed for Active Transportation Committee comments. An additional community workshop followed on April 27th of 2022 where the draft report was presented to the general public. And then finally, on June 22nd of 2022, an additional Active Transportation meeting was held presenting the final report, at which time the Active Transportation Committee voted unanimously to recommend the pedestrian master plan to the Planning Commission. There are 7 components of the pedestrian master plan. The first component is an introduction, which provides a plan overview and summary of the city's policies and programs. The second component was for community engagement, which discusses community participation in plan development. The third component was for existing conditions, which documents planning context to the pedestrian environment. The fourth component outlines policies and recommendations to create a pedestrian-friendly environment for users of all ages, types, and abilities. The fifth component is a pedestrian infrastructure toolbox, which provides treatment options to be considered for projects throughout the city of Costa Mesa. The sixth component is for infrastructure projects, which provides recommendations to help advance the pedestrian master plan and active transportation plan visions. And the seventh component is for an implementation strategy, which provides a list of grant opportunities to help implement the plan. Today, the city staff is requesting from the council a general plan amendment, which would update the circulation element policies under goals C1 through C12 to ensure that the pedestrian master plan goals are considered and implemented as private and public projects are approved throughout the community. This would also help to add long-term programs and policy recommendations to enhance the pedestrian environment in Costa Mesa. Adoption of the pedestrian master plan and proposed general plan amendment are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15262, Feasibility and Planning Studies, Section 15276, Transportation Improvement and Congestion Management Programs, and Section 15061B3, a common sense exemption. As mentioned, the draft pedestrian master plan and proposed policies were reviewed by the ATC at 7 separate Active Transportation Committee meetings, as well as 3 different public workshops. The Active Transportation Committee voted to recommend the draft pedestrian master plan as prepared for the Planning Commission in June of 2022 and voted to support the draft pedestrian master plan in December of 2023. The Active Transportation Committee provided a letter to Planning Commission in March 2024 in support of the draft pedestrian master plan with provisions. In response to the Active Transportation Committee letter, staff can incorporate the 2 documents identified for inclusion as appendices to the pedestrian master plan. Those are the local road safety plan, as well as the Berkeley Safe Trek Costa Mesa Complete Streets Assessment. Pedestrian treatments identified in the pedestrian master plan can also be included as part of the city's ongoing and proposed 5-year capital improvement program. However, due to current staff workloads, staff cannot commit to preparing an implementation plan with a 1-year timeline and adding more walk audits. However, the upcoming Safe Routes to School action plan will significantly complement the pedestrian master plan and will include walk audits adjacent to schools throughout the city of Costa Mesa. The draft pedestrian master plan and proposed general plan amendment was considered at the March 11th Planning Commission meeting, and the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve the draft pedestrian master plan, general plan amendment, and find the project exempt from CEQA. Several planning commissioners made individual suggestions for City Council consideration as outlined in the March 11th minutes. The general plan amendment brought before you today includes several recommendations and policies per earlier council approval. Planning commissioners suggested converting the following recommendations to policies: C-7.11, C-7.25, C-7.28, C-8.13, C-8.21, C-9.16, and C-10.3. Several planning commissioners also provided comments on the pedestrian toolbox treatments regarding pedestrian crossing times, left turn signal phasing, driveways, crosswalks, pedestrian lighting, and speed feedback signs. Today, staff recommends that the City Council find the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, approve the draft pedestrian master plan as recommended by the city's Planning Commission, and approve a general plan amendment to revise the circulation element to include new policies outlined in the pedestrian master plan. And now I will open it to questions. I am joined, of course, by our Public Works Director, Raja Setharaman, as well as our Transportation Services Manager, Jennifer Rosales. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions from council for staff? Councilmember Reynolds?
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I know it's been a journey since this project started, and we've come a long way since this project started. I've had a chance to spend some time with staff talking through some different recommendations, and I think I'm going to try to just run through those quickly to share with the public what we discussed and confirm staff would be comfortable with certain changes. Does that work? Okay. On the PMP, page 60, recommendation 2.5 discusses right turn on red. I'm not going to try to get there. And it discusses examining opportunities for right turn on red in areas of high collision. My recommendation would be to add and in pedestrian priority areas such as routes to school, which is a big focus for us, near transit stops, and in pedestrian priority zones. Any concerns from staff? No, okay. I know that'll be a big topic as we go through the routes to school. On page 77, section 5.3, which includes the toolbox for different treatments to improve crosswalks. Right now, that does not include adding raised crosswalks, which we've done a few in the last year, and they've been really positive, so I would suggest raising crosswalks. Is there any concern about adding raising crosswalks? I keep almost saying raising canes. Okay, raising crosswalks. Raised crosswalks. I was mixing up two things. Raised crosswalks, not raising. Okay, sorry, raised crosswalks. Cool, okay. Moving on to the circulation element, this is where I spent some more time with staff. One of the big issues that was, or big sort of points of conversation that happened at the committee level, and we've gotten some public comments on it, is this discussion about recommendations versus policies. So I talked to staff about like what was the source of having recommendations in there. It does seem very unusual. My understanding is that, that was a decision a council made about 10 years ago. It is unusual, and there's no reason not to change all recommendations to policies. Director Sretharaman, can you confirm that? I think we saw there was language that gives you the necessary wiggle room to assess feasibility.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Cosmo Reynolds, yeah, we can make the change.
Great, okay. We also talked about a number of issues where or items, sorry, this is policies in the circulation element. For example, on page C4, policy C-2.13, the language says, we'll make changes to improve efficiency and safety. And my suggestion would be that we should put safety first. I think that's the way we work in practice, is that we always prioritize safety over efficiency. Another example on page C16, policy C-8.18, we talk about improvements to better support pedestrian access. I would suggest we change that to say to improve pedestrian safety and access. There were quite a few of these, and we discussed potentially a global change to incorporate pedestrian safety in any design improvements, and where safety is listed, always list safety first. And I think you agreed with that, correct?
Yeah, that's
okay.
fine.
Okay, and that's certainly our intent, I think. Okay, some other specific changes. I'm going to go through these. On page C2, policy C110. Did I do that right? Oh yeah, I have my thing on it. So we say encourage non-motorized transportation in residential areas by providing sidewalks, implementing bicycle-friendly design of local streets, blah, 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 blah. I would suggest adding bicycle and pedestrian-friendly design of local streets. No problem there? Yeah. Okay, I see nodding. Page C19, policy C-10.3. So this is one where I really like this one. It's something that I think we're already doing. Build partnerships with local businesses and community groups to host tours and activities and so on. But the language here specifically says as a form of physical exercise. I think there's a lot of other things we're trying to promote, including, as a form of mobility, as a form of sort of community engagement and so on. So what we talked about is just striking that last part as a form of physical exercise so that we're not narrowing the focus. And I'm seeing nodding. Okay.
That's fine.
So
Yeah.
for example, our safety education events coming up. Okay. And that brings me, same page, what would be policy C-10.6. We say promote active transportation events in Costa Mesa to raise awareness, da 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 da. Open streets, bike and work to school, senior walks, historic walks. I'm suggesting we add safety education since that's what we've got a $150,000 program for. Okay.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, and then lastly, this one was interesting, on page C20, next page, I noticed policies C-10.9, 10, and 11. These are some certifications, silver level bike-friendly community, walk-friendly community, Heel City, and what was previously in here is saying that we're gonna do all those things by 2025. I'm guessing that's not the case, right? What would be reasonable dates if we were to make those adjustments? Because I don't think we want to try to squeeze those into the next.
So Councilmember Reynolds, we prefer that if C10.9, if we can make that 2028, and the other, even the walk-friendly, we can try by 2028, and the Heel City by 2030.
So you would suggest 2028, 2028, and 2030. Okay. And I know a lot of the work we already have on top would significantly contribute to all of those things.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Those were my comments. Thank you. Or questions. Suggestions with questions for affirmation. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council members wish to be asked questions at this point? Questions? Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions will be a bit more general. We've heard a lot about West 19th Street from residents. Some in favor of the new bike path, some in opposition. I work at Saber Youth, where I work with all the teenagers in the school district. So they asked me to ask staff what the vision for 19th Street is, because a lot of them ride their e-bikes or bikes, and they have to ride it on the street. And they mentioned that they have to deal with cars honking at them because they're not going fast enough. So what do we have envisioned for 19th Street as a city of Costa Mesa?
So, Councilor Chavez, I'll start, and then I'm sure Bertatencio and Jennifer will join me too. So we, as you know, we started looking at improvements on 19th Street, and we did some improvements to promote bicycle safety and pedestrian safety, such as a signal that we implemented at Wallace, and then the treatments for bicycles. We're continuing to look at adjustments to those improvements based on the comments we received. So you'll see some changes made between Placentia and Federal, for example, where we'll try to restore the center turn lane that would go into the shopping center. So we are working on that plan right now to make some adjustments. We noticed that the timing of the signal was off between between Wallace and the Placentia signals. We fixed that just last week, so there should be noticeable improvement in traffic flow also, but we'll monitor that. But having said that, we continue to look for ways to improve both pedestrian safety as well as bicycle safety in that corridor. One of the elements that's going to come as part of the e-bike ordinance is we're going to, there was a lot of discussion of whether to allow bikes on sidewalks, and we kept bikes on sidewalks as in the interim while we tried to work on improvements to make sure that our roads are safer for everyone. But having said, so we'll continue to look for other ways to widen sidewalks where we can, add treatments like we did on Pomona and on Meyer, such as raised crosswalks. All of these, for example, came from the pedestrian toolbox that is part of the pedestrian master plan. It calls for these kind of improvements, and we'll continue to look for those.
Okay. While we're on this topic, just because I want to do my due diligence, do we envision through any of this pedestrian master plan to be narrowing the lanes anywhere between Harbor and Pomona on 19th Street?
Councilmember Chavez, I think the lanes are narrow at this point. Again, what happens is when we want to make sure that when we narrow, it has to achieve a reasonable objective of giving us enough room for a bike lane. If we narrow and we gain 2 feet, for example, that's really not going to help with a bike lane or anything like that. So we narrowed, for example, on Placentia because we could get a buffered bike lane. I mean, so we had a bike lane and we narrowed and we got a buffered bike lane. So there is a limit to how narrow you can make the street. So we'll look into all opportunities for that.
Okay. I think, I know it's a question period, but just general comments. All we can do to keep our residents safe, particularly our youth that have to bike to, quite frankly, to school in Newport Harbor, because for some reason South Coast goes over there, is important. And I also want to be mindful of the folks that are coming home from work and not reducing the lanes of traffic. Looking at the chart on page 32, it does appear that there is high volumes of traffic the more east you get on 19th Street closer to the freeway. And I don't know if I'm hearing enough positive feedback from folks on narrowing west of Placentia. But ultimately, I think the goal for all of us with doing this, and for me particularly, is that we're ensuring the safety of our students and our residents as they bike to work, to school, and for play. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members with questions? Okay, I don't see any. So then let's open it up to the public. Flo, you have the floor.
Flo Martin, 9-year member of the Active Transportation Committee. I did my homework back in 2016 and I read the draft general plan from cover to cover. And when it came to the circulation element, I got a little upset. When I hit page C46, I saw the word recommendation. That word has a lot of meaning and, as far as I'm concerned, is useless. In the PMP, Chapter 4, policy recommendations is mutually exclusive. The 2 words don't go together. It's either policy or recommendation. In the Active Transportation Plan, page 50, policy framework, it states, recommendations are additional policies that assist in achieving the desired objectives. I'm recommending that the term recommendation is eliminated from both the general plan and the pedestrian master plan. Just goals and objectives and policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ralph.
Thank you. Good evening. I concur with Flo Martin's comments. Over the years, there was a lot of discussion in the Active Transportation Committee, recommendations versus policies. I don't recall anybody specifically talking against making that change, but the change hasn't happened until possibly tonight, and I hope it does happen tonight. Fully support changing recommendations to policies. I want to congratulate and say thank you to Councilwoman Reynolds, too. She definitely did her homework between the PMP and the general plan, and certainly support the changes that she's mentioning. And safety is always obviously very important and should be a priority in the general plan and the pedestrian master plan. It was interesting listening to Mr. Thomas, all the dates that he read off. I do remember, I don't remember all those meetings, but I was at a lot of them. And I do remember the presentation in June of 2018 with a prior council majority where recommendations were installed or implemented, I guess, or used versus policy. That's where it kind of started back in 2018, and I know Mr. Seth Rahman remembers that also. And so I thank you. And I do have an Oakland Raider license plate frame, if that counts for anything.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mark.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I think this is, in many ways, a fantastic document that has been hard crafted over the course of many, many years and months and many, many hours of toil. I do want to bring up one additional recommendation that I would urge council to consider, which is the removal and prohibition of new and existing slip lanes. If you're not familiar with a slip lane, the engineering term is a channelized right turn lane. You can see them on Fair, Victoria, Adams, a number of those streets. They are incredibly dangerous. They're the least safe part of any of my journeys in Costa Mesa is traversing through a slip lane. There's also a slip lane on 19th and Newport Boulevard, which, just to be clear, is our deadliest intersection in Costa Mesa, where just a woman died not too long ago. And I'm not just saying this from my ad hoc experience. I would love to kind of cite my sources on this. So this is a quote from the FHWA when they're talking about how to design a slip lane. Their quote before they talk about technical specificities are, whilst right turn slip lanes are generally a negative facility from the pedestrian perspective due to the emphasis on fast vehicle traffic, ... A research article from the NIH, that's the National Institute of Health, said that studies found that only 15% of vehicles yielded to pedestrians at channelized right turns, and the safety benefits of right turn channelizations has never been corroborated with field data. In fact, the opposite has now believed to been true. A different study from titled The Intersection of Channelization and Skew on Driver Performance says that driver right turn speeds are 5 to 8 kilometers higher at intersections with channelized right turn lanes than unchannelized right turn lanes, and drivers are much less likely to stop before making right turn or right approaches with channelized right turn lanes. A different study also said that slip lanes have a greater proportion of crashes than non-slip lanes. And a different study from assessing the speed and passengers of urbanized channelized right turn lanes said that slip lanes equal higher speeds. That's essentially the gist of their research. I would encourage us all that if we are serious about taking safety as a priority over speed, to not encourage and not have these as parts of our menu of options for our roads. And I know that staff is going to bring up arguments about traffic volumes, and those can be mitigated. Those can be handled. We have high traffic volumes on streets that don't have slip lanes, and we don't do it at the expense of pedestrians in other places. And I encourage us to look at the research, especially if we're going to be putting the city seal on these, to do something about this. I otherwise support the pedestrian master plan, but I encourage this inclusion as well. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, well, since you used the title, now I have to say that I speak on behalf of myself and not on behalf of any other things I might be a part of. So first I wanted to say that this has taken a while for us to get here. This process started before I joined the Active Transportation Committee in 2021, and it ended obviously after I left, 2.5 years after I joined. So I'm excited to see it finally get through this process, to be able to use this for grant money and stuff like that. So it's finally here, and I'm excited about that. I wanted to mention that I agree with the proposal to turn recommendations into policies. It just seems like seems like kind of a semantic thing that should just be easy enough to change. So I'm hopeful that you all will consider that. And I also wanted to echo Mr. Vukcevic's comments about channelized right turns. Just also kind of tangentially, I don't have all the studies that he has, but it's kind of the most unsafe that I feel on my route, even just getting here to City Hall, is the intersection at Victoria and Newport and the one at Fairview and Newport, which both have those channelized right turns. It's where I feel most uncomfortable. So I hope that the council will at least consider adding a policy now and not just a recommendation about not having future construction include those channelized right turns and remove them where feasible in future construction as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak?
Yes, Richard Huffman, please.
Mr. Huffman, Rick, you have the floor.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Thank you. I'd like to add my voice to supporting the change from recommendations to policies. The alternative, the active transportation plan in the circulation element is the only part of the whole general plan, which is 5 inches thick, that contains recommendations rather than policies. And it came about, as somebody earlier stated, from a previous council that was reluctant to use the word policies. This weakens the ability to require active transportation improvements as part of new developments, as well as qualifying for grants for citywide projects. As we work to implement this pedestrian master plan and apply its goals throughout the whole city, we need to insist on the circulation element to be consistent with the rest of the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
Good evening, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident and former chair of the ATC. I sent a memo earlier today. I hope you had time to read it and look at the accompanying material. This project had a lot of difficulties. Some of it was the result of surrendering control to SCAG. Some of it was because of the pandemic and lack of participation by the general public, other than a few members and former members of the bike committee. The scope of work was always less than what was needed to produce an appropriate plan, and it resulted in a work product that is insufficient to address our needs. While we had other studies that are going to fill in the gaps, this plan still fails to cover all of what the scope of work anticipated and what is required to have a good pedestrian master plan. While Long Beach's plan is the gold standard, even Glendale's plan of a lesser scale is more of what we should have been aiming for. And I support Ms. Reynolds' changes. However, if it were up to me, I would send this back to the Active Transportation Committee to work on. There should have been more contributions from the committee to this plan, and it isn't too late to get that input. But if you insist on adding the proposed language to the general plan, please do it with the caveat that the word recommendations in all instances of the added language and the existing language in the circulation element be changed to policies. It will be impossible to achieve the objective of both the active transportation plan and the pedestrian master plan if the policies are merely suggestions. In addition, I ask that you instruct staff and the committee to work on updating the plan to bring it up to at least the level of Glendale's pedestrian plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, hi. I was not planning to speak on this tonight, but what caught my attention was the timeline that the city created the studies and looked into this idea of walkability. Now, the timeline was during COVID, and this is not a good time to be collecting data because behaviors have been significantly altered. When COVID started, I remember seeing a lot of people walking around, but as it lingered on, that ended up going away. So if we are basing this whole thing on a study that was done during COVID, I think that you owe it to the residents to not sneak this through, because this was what do you call this? It was an ideological concept that you want to put on us. So it was done when we, weren't able to speak to you in person, although I'm not speaking to you in person now. But this is not a good study. This study is faulty at its core. This walkability thing is really causing havoc. Again, I mentioned earlier tonight, I passed out flyers, and I met a lot of people that are not happy with what you're doing. And I think that you're going to use this as justification to do that a lot more all over the city. So I would highly recommend that you guys reconsider starting this concept from the very beginning, because doing this based on information and data that you got during COVID, people are scared to leave their house. Okay, this was not the right time to gather data here. The best thing you could do is start over and be upfront and honest with the residents that are going to be impacted. Because all of us over here in the Freedom Track and that's this side of town, we got caught off guard with what you did to 19th Street. Don't do that again anywhere else in the city, and fix 19th Street. Thank you.
Jennifer Tanaka, please.
Jen, you have the floor.
Good evening, council and staff. I just wanted to lend my voice to what has already been said regarding the pedestrian master plan and the update of the general plan from recommendations to policies. I have to admit, when I started looking at the pedestrian master plan and how it would interact with the general plan, I actually was not aware that there was a distinction in our circulation element between recommendations and policies. But once I started cracking it open, it's something that pretty much smacks you in the face, especially since there's even a little note in there saying that the reason for having a distinction here and nowhere else in the general plan is to provide, quote, maximum flexibility in meeting the other goals of the general plan. And I think that it seems a little bit unfair to look at a set of policies that this council and prior councils have been considering for a very long time at this point, and has gone through the hands of many dedicated residents and councils and staff members, to call these now, to leave them as recommendations. I feel like that gives them a little bit of a second class status. So I hope that you guys will listen to the earnest requests of residents who have been deeply involved in this area for a long time and make that one change. And I also agree with the comments from Mr. Martinez and Mr. Vukovic regarding slip lanes. So thank you for considering this plan, and I hope it moves forward.
Mr. Mayor, no further speakers.
All right, closed public comment. We have Councilmember Reynolds wants to make a motion. Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor.
Great, it's going to be a long one. So I'm moving that we approve staff recommendation with the following modifications. Incorporate the two documents identified by the Active Transportation Committee as appendices to the pedestrian master plan. Change all recommendations to policies in the pedestrian master plan and circulation element. In the pedestrian master plan on page 60, recommendation policy 2.5 for right turn on red, add that we would consider right turn on red in pedestrian priority areas such as safe routes to school, near transit stops, and in pedestrian priority zones. On page 77 of the PMP, section 5.3, add raised crosswalks, not raising crosswalks, raised crosswalks. Add a policy to prohibit the addition of new slip lanes and eliminate existing slip lanes where feasible to improve safety for pedestrian, bicycles, and motorists. In the circulation element, do a global review to update any policies related to engineering improvements, design and operational improvements, pedestrian access, pedestrian traffic, to include safety, and where safety is noted, to list safety first. In the circulation element, policy C-1.10, add pedestrian-friendly design to where it says bicycle-friendly design. In policy C-10.3, strike as a form of physical exercise. Policy C-10.6, add safety education. Policy C-10.9 and C-10.10, change the year from 2025 to 2028. Policy C-10.11, change from 2025 to 2030. And then work with the city attorney to correct any grammatical errors. There were a few in there. That's the motion.
Okay. Can somebody second the motion? Councilmember Marr seconding the motion. So, Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor to support your motion.
Yeah, thank you. I hope this is supported. This would be a major milestone for our city staff, committee, and all community members who've contributed to this, and I think anyone who walks or rolls in the city. I've been fortunate enough to observe a lot of discussion at the committee level and want to give a huge thanks to committee members and staff who've contributed to those discussions, participated in the walk audits. There have been a lot of really good input in this plan, and I think it's going to be a really good anchor for really springboard for some really, really excellent work going forward. I know, the pedestrian master plan was completed under a lot of constraints. We had COVID, we had a small budget, we weren't directly managing the project. We could certainly spend more time trying to make it perfect, but I think our city benefits best to have staff be spending their time on the programs and projects that we've funded to really build the infrastructure and continue community outreach and programs that are promoting safe walking and biking. I do think the change to policies and not recommendations is really critical. I think it's consistent with our priorities as a city, what we've set in our strategic goals, and it'll better position us for grants. Prioritizing safety, I think in the verbiage is really important. That's something that has come up a lot. Just in every design we're looking at, we want to be looking at safety first. I appreciate the comments on slip lanes, and I added that to the motion, remembering that in the committee meetings I've been a part of, where there's design reviews, slip lanes is often a major discussion. It came up even at the last committee meeting, where those are really prohibitive and deter people from walking and biking. So I think that's a good recommendation in the language I added where feasible, because I know that can be really challenging sometimes to adjust our current infrastructure. But otherwise, this is I think this was, we started in 2020. It was sort of an early snowball in a really good movement we have going. And there's a lot of incredible work we have ahead. The Safe Routes to School Action Plan, a $900,000 project that we're starting this year. I think I know we'll do a lot to address any gaps that were raised in some of the public comments we got. Just as a reminder to the public, that's a $900,000 project to analyze routes to all the elementary schools, intermediate schools, high schools in the city, including bus routes for students who take the school bus or the public bus. So that's going to incorporate huge swaths of our city. It's a huge budget to support community outreach, and it's going to position us very, very well for major federal money to support implementation of that plan. So all of that to say, I'm really excited about this. I think there's a lot of good work here. I think it reflects our priorities in terms of trying to create a safe environment for walking and biking and moving in Costa Mesa, and it's a great anchor for good work to come. So, thanks.
All right, great. Councilmember Marr, you seconded the motion. Do you want to support it?
I do want to support it. I don't have further comments, so I'm grateful for Councilmember Reynolds' very thorough review.
Well, your second was important in terms of supporting it. Okay. Anybody else want to be heard? Okay. Excellent. Good. Oh, sorry. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so I'll be supporting the motion. And I do agree with the idea of eliminating the idea of recommendations from the document. I don't think that has any place in a general plan. However, I don't think it is accurate to simply say a recommendation is a policy. And in fact, a lot of the policies that I'm reading through the document, I've struggled with because I don't think they actually are, by their nature, policies. To my mind, policies should be guiding decision-making, statements that guide decision-making. So, for example, Policy C-2.2, avoid creation of frequent driveways for new development access in active pedestrian areas that create conflict points between pedestrians and vehicles. A little wordy, but it actually does guide decision-making. If we have a new development in an active pedestrian area, we want to avoid frequent driveways. Great. But policy C-2.4, collaborate with law enforcement and public safety organizations to coordinate policies and programs that would reduce injuries and deaths on roadways, really is just a general statement. It's an idea, it's a task. It really is not a policy. And the reason why I'm harping on this is because when you throw together too many of these in bulk, you run the risk of undermining what are actually policies, and you can, in some ways, cherry pick things to either support or deny a future project application. So just a general comment. I'm not, bashing the whole document. I'm just saying we should be very careful. It's very hard to write policies succinctly. I always like to err on the side of being fewer rather than more, just because there are those risks that I noted. Also, it's just an easier to read document. But I think I appreciate the work that has gone into this. I know it's several years in the making. I think the committee has done an excellent job really vetting a lot of this, and it will provide a framework for us moving forward.
Okay. So then let's call for the question.
Councilmember Harper, please.
He's buffering.
Okay. Okay, can you verbally say? Is your vote yes? Okay. Motion carries 7-0.
All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can I request that we advance to new business item 2 next? We have a number of folks in the audience waiting for this one.
Okay, that's a motion. I'll second. New business item number 2.
Oh, wait.
Sure. I seconded it, so let's just call for the question.
Hold on.
Can we vote?
Yeah, here we go. Councilmember Reynolds? Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, good. We're going to go to new business item number 2. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
Yes. Thank you. This is update regarding the city's tenant protection ordinance. Are you going to begin it, sister? Okay. Presentation by Ms. Gallardo Daly, Assistant City Manager.
Ms. Gallardo-Daly, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Cecilia Gallardo-Daly, Assistant City Manager. Before you tonight is, as requested, an update to the city's efforts to implement the tenant protection ordinance. Just a little bit of background. Back in 2019, there was an assembly bill that was signed into law that delineated the difference between an at-fault versus no-fault eviction. In September of last year, Senate Bill 567 was signed into law that would have been effective April 21, 2024, the following year, that required owners to provide a description of the substantial remodel to be completed, a copy of permits for the intended work to tenants, and an expected duration of the repairs or the expected date by which the property would be demolished. And this was in regard to the no-fault evictions where a substantial alteration or remodel of the residence was required that would necessitate a tenant being unable to reside on the property for 30 days or more. On September 7th, 2023, the council adopted an urgency ordinance. It immediately enacted the provisions of Senate Bill 567. It requires property owners to notify the city within 72 hours of issuing a no-fault eviction, and it requires owners to pay relocation assistance equal to 1 month fair market rent. In addition to adopting the ordinance, the council action included the authorization to hire additional staff to implement the ordinance. 2 outreach workers, a code enforcement officer is needed, and a senior planner to assist owners and tenants through the no-fault eviction process. Allocation of $250,000 to Jones and Mayer was also included for legal-related services, and an appropriation of $300,000 to service providers to assist households that were facing eviction. At this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Sergio Escobar. Sergio has been assisting us with the implementation of this ordinance, and he's going to continue the presentation to talk about community outreach, education, and the specifics of the no-fault evictions that have been coming through. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gallardo-Daly. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. So I'll go ahead and discuss community outreach and education, which has been ongoing since the ordinance adoption. Staff has communicated and educated the public in various forms, which includes mailing letters to the property owners, informing them of their rights and responsibilities. This letter also included a copy of the city's notice to terminate tenancy and a copy of the fact sheet. Staff also created a dedicated tenant protections webpage on the city's website. This is easily accessible from the homepage and may be found under the trending topics. On this tenant protections webpage, you'll find a comprehensive FAQ, which has some of the most commonly asked questions from property owners and tenants. In addition to that, staff created bilingual educational materials, which includes a fact sheet and a resources flyer. These documents are also available online and here at City Hall. In addition, staff hosted educational workshops for tenants and property owners. At all of these workshops, Spanish interpretation was available for Spanish-speaking residents. And lastly, we've conducted community partner outreach to distribute materials to schools, the apartment associations, nonprofits, our service providers, and local community leaders. And our local community leaders have been really critical in the education component of this program, as they're the ones in the community and who can relay the information to the individuals who most need these services. And so they have been really critical in educating those members of the community who may need this service. So now we'll move into the eviction data as it relates to inquiries. Since the adoption, the city has received 103 inquiries from tenants, landlords, and property managers. Of the 103 inquiries, 55 were from tenants, 48 were from property owners and/or their representatives. The reason for inquiries were as follows: 64 were for general information, 28 were regarding no-fault evictions, and 11 were regarding at-fault evictions. The methods of inquiries were as follows: 57 were emails, 28 were in person, and 18 were calls. Spanish bilingual staff is available to assist Spanish-speaking individuals in any of the 3 methods of inquiries. Calls and emails are typically answered within 72 hours. So now we'll go ahead into the data as it relates to eviction notices received by the city. Since the adoption of the ordinance, the city has received a total of 35 eviction notices. Of these 35 eviction notices, 25 of them were no-fault just cause eviction notices, and 10 were at-fault just cause eviction notices. These eviction notices are categorized as follows: no-fault compliant, which the city determined there were 8 eviction notices that fall under this category. Evictions that fall under this category would be those evictions that, upon initial review, staff determines that they comply with state law and allows them to proceed. That determination is then communicated to the property owner and the tenants. The next category would be no-fault reissued, which the city determined there were 13 eviction notices that fell into this category. Evictions that fall under this category would be those that, upon initial review, staff determines that the notices do not comply with state law and as such voids the notices. That determination is relayed to the property owner and the tenants. The property owners then reissued the notice and resubmitted to the city. Upon second review, staff determined that the notices did comply with state law and allowed the evictions to proceed. Currently, there are 4 under review awaiting determination. And the last category with no fault would be no fault withdrawn. The city determined there were 4 eviction notices that fell under this category. Evictions that fall under this category would be those Upon initial review, staff determines that do not comply with state law, and as such voided the notices. That determination was relayed to the property owners and the tenants. Upon informing and educating the property owners, the owners did not express any intent or desire to resubmit the notice, nor did we hear back from the tenants that they were reissued eviction notices. The last category is at fault, and while the city's ordinance requires that property owners notify the city for at fault evictions, property owners have nonetheless submitted copies of the notices, which we have received 10 notices. Evictions in this category would be those that are issued for arrears, breach of contract, committing or maintaining nuisance, or unlawful behavior. All evicted households, regardless whether no fault or at fault, were offered assistance by the city's outreach workers. In sum, for the 6-month period following the adoption of the Tenant Protections Ordinance, there has been an approximate 50% reduction in the total number of eviction notices issued to residents. In the 4-month period preceding the ordinance, as you may recall, from July until the adoption of the ordinance, there were 67 eviction notices issued, 63 which were no fault and 4 were at fault. This data suggests that the adoption of the ordinance, coupled with a robust community outreach and education strategy, help educate landlords, property managers, and tenants to understand the law, obligations, and rights, and reduce certain evictions inconsistent with state law from happening. In addition, previously approved staffing levels for this program will be reevaluated in the context of the fiscal year 2024-25 proposed budget. Tonight, staff is recommending that the City Council receive and file this report. And that concludes the presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Council, do you have any, Councilmember Gameros?
Yeah. How are we staffing this? How are we staffing the, upholding this ordinance?
So the ordinance, when it was adopted, also included staff to implement the ordinance. So we have hired 2 community outreach workers who provide the case management assistance to the households facing eviction. They will reach out to them. They'll also reach out to the property owner and find out what kind of assistance is needed, let them know what kind of assistance is available. There's various types of assistance. They'll also assist with housing navigation and any follow-up related to moving expenses. In addition, we've hired a senior planner in the Development Services Department, and the senior planner is the one who will, if there are building permits associated with a no-fault eviction and the cause is substantial remodel, that senior planner will review those building permits and confer with the building official to determine that the scope of work would necessitate the removal of the residence for 30 days or more.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Mar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we go back to slide 6, please? Can you say more about the reissuing of notices? So how is that process working? We're giving feedback to a property owner and then they're changing the notice and then reposting it? Is that right?
Councilmember Moore, that's a great question. So eviction notices that fell into this category were voided for several reasons. For instance, they may have fallen short of notifying the city within the 72-hour time frame. In addition, the ordinance and state law requires certain language to be included when issuing a notice to tenant, and in some cases, those notices did not include that language. In other cases, permits were not attached to the notices, and state law requires that copies of the permits be attached to the notice. And so it's minor issues that we've come across, and so the property owner will then work on making sure that their notice is sufficient and complies with state law, and will reissue upon second reissuance. Okay. Staff determines that they do qualify to proceed.
Got it. And what is the approximate time period for us to review these notices?
Well, typically we have about a 15-day period to inform the property owners of the determination.
Okay, so once we receive a copy of the notice from the property owner, then we take about 2 weeks to look at it, and then we give them feedback. So in the cases of where we've asked them to reissue it, they send it back to us. So it could potentially, it's been 30 days for probably 13 of these. Is that about right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm asking not with any sort of bias one way or the other, but just because we hear, a volume of concerns from both tenants and property owners. And so trying to sort of understand what's actually happening is helpful. And then are we seeing any trends? I mean, you noticed a couple of things. Is it specific, property owners? Is it that they're always late, or we probably don't have enough data based off of the, 25 that we've seen. But is there any broader lessons we can be taking from what we've seen?
At this time, there isn't any specific trends we've seen.
Okay.
What we can continue to do is continue conducting outreach and education, informing property owners as well as tenants of what's required. But at this time, there hasn't been any trends that we've seen.
Okay. I think that would just be something to look out for, especially if we've got kind of multiple people doing reviews. If we're seeing anything consistent, either in a part of the city or specific owners or against specific communities, it would be nice to flag that, and that might not be something that is happening or should be adjudicated, kind of at the review level, right? That's like a city manager council, escalated if needed. So I just want to make sure we're sharing that feedback with staff. And then when we talk about offering assistance by a city outreach worker, I'm assuming that means access to our rental assistance program and all of the other things that we've done. But I mean, and this is outside of the scope of what we've asked you here to talk about today, but do we have funding for those programs? If we say we're offering assistance, are we actually able to help people, or is there something else going on?
Councilmember Mar, at this time, these programs do have funding, and so that's not an issue that we foresee.
Okay. Yeah, so as folks come up and speak, if that's something that you've had personal experience with, I'd be happy to hear it as well. That's it. Thank you.
Let's go with Councilmember Chavez.
Could I just add one thing, and this relates to Councilmember Mar's question, and there are instances where the assistance that is available is income-based, and there are some tenants that don't qualify for the income-based assistance.
Okay, that's super helpful to understand as well. And I meant to say at the beginning, very good presentation. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did we track evictions prior to this ordinance passing?
Councilmember Chavez, we did, and so we started tracking this as of July 1st of last year up into the adoption of the ordinance. And so, as I mentioned earlier, there was 67 evictions in that period. 63 of these were no-fault evictions, and 4 were at fault.
So we've essentially halved no-fault evictions with this ordinance.
That is correct, Councilmember. We've reduced them about approximately 50%.
When did this ordinance take effect? Was there a delay in its implementation?
It went into effect immediately on November 7th upon its adoption.
Is that normal for an ordinance to take effect immediately?
Councilmember, you adopted an urgency ordinance, and so it did go into effect immediately.
But is that normal for an ordinance to go effect immediately?
No. Normally, an ordinance takes 2 readings and takes effect then 30 days after the second reading or adoption.
So how is it possible that this ordinance passed urgency immediately and not with a 2-month delay?
Because that was the nature of what we presented to you. The council had indicated that this was a pressing issue. They had an opportunity to take urgency action, or you could have just waited and done an ordinary ordinance, 2 readings and a 30-day delay. But that would have taken away the impact of having these provisions take effect immediately.
I know I'm asking a lot of basic questions, but it's for the audience's perspective. What is required to do an urgency ordinance versus a regular ordinance?
For an urgency ordinance, number 1, it requires a supermajority of the council to enact. Number 2, you have to make certain findings that there is an immediate need to enact the ordinance to protect the general welfare and the public health and safety.
Thank you. I just wanted to lay that out because I think for me, when this vote came, quite frankly, the most important thing to me was that it was immediate. I had concerns that if it was a delay in implementation, we would see more rise in evictions. Obviously, I can't ask you if you know numbers for other cities that waited until the state law came into effect, but looking at the fact that we halved the number of no-fault evictions, it seems to me that we did a good benefit in doing an urgent ordinance to ensure that more folks were not kicked out faster. So I just want to thank the council for doing that decision. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, yes. Forgot I had my light on. The senior planner position, is that person solely focused on this implementation of this ordinance, or are there other responsibilities?
They're tasked with other responsibilities.
Okay. Has there been, and I think Councilmember Marr was touching on this, has there been any tracking of the types of units or developments where we're seeing evictions? Are we monitoring that at all?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, we are monitoring that. That's part of the data that we obtain. So when we receive notices, we track what type of properties they are. Okay.
So, I mean, I'm assuming we're going to get periodic updates on this and try and divine some kind of trends out of it. That'll be good information to have. I'm going to make the assumption, and I'm sure we're going to hear from folks in the audience, that there's been, I think, from the community's perspective, some appreciation for the work that we're doing. And I think Councilmember Chavez is right. The urgency was warranted. I am interested in finding out if we've done, what kind of outreach we've done with property owners and what kind of feedback we've gotten from them, if we're collecting that in some way.
Yeah, so when we communicate with property owners, they're actually really appreciative of staff and assisting them, informing them and educating them on state law and the city's ordinance. And we do track the feedback that they provide to us as well. How the presentation mentioned, we did receive about half of the inquiries from property owners, and majority of them were well appreciative comments.
Okay, that's all I have.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. One of my questions is what we know about evictions, no-fault evictions that may be happening that aren't reported. I think in the previous discussions when we adopted this ordinance, we were trying to sort of understand. We really rely on people kind of coming to City Hall or contacting us through these different avenues now to let us know this is happening, right? There's no kind of general tracking. Is that still the case, or what do we know about what's not being directly reported to us?
Yeah, so in terms of unreported, we don't have information other than what is provided here to the city.
Yeah.
We continue to conduct outreach and education to ensure that property owners and tenants are informed. But staff is also part of the Eviction Diversion Collaborative from United Way, and so we are connected in that regard, and so we get information from them as to whether there's any unreported evictions. However, they typically track evictions that are at fault, and our ordinance does not require any reporting for those types of evictions.
Okay. And is there any evidence of, people, a resident who may have received an at-fault eviction notice, or a no-fault eviction notice coming to us where it wasn't reported? Is there any of that evidence?
Councilmember Reynolds, that has occurred. And so typically how the process works for that is when we're notified by a tenant that they were issued a notice, we'll simply collect the materials and notices provided to them, and staff makes contact with the property owner. In some cases, we've been made aware that they were just unaware of the ordinance and state law. And so we just walk them through the ordinance and they move forward from there.
Yeah, okay, which is totally believable. It's a new ordinance.
That's correct.
And so, but that does, I think, emphasize the need to continue the outreach that we're doing, which is great. I was glad to see how much of it and the variety of it, and that it's directly to residents and directly to owners. Do we have any way, so we can do a bunch of outreach, right? Show up at events, send flyers.
That is correct.
But is there any way to sort of assess awareness of it?
Councilmember Reynolds, we're assessing awareness and the program success based on the reduction in eviction notices that have occurred, as well as the increase we received. But we don't have any, other than that, we don't have any other metrics.
Yeah, okay. Other than sort of generally being out in the community and touching base. So I would encourage us to kind of continue the outreach that we're doing, so residents are, know that if they receive a notice, this process should be happening.
And as Sergio mentioned in the presentation, the community partners are really critical to this as well. They augment the outreach that the city does, and they're sort of our ambassadors to the community who come to them and have questions about tenant protection or evictions that are going on.
Yeah, great. Yeah, those community partners are absolutely key, and I'm thankful for them and glad that we're working closely with them. I was struck by some of the numbers in the staff report in terms of how many people turned down the $500 in moving assistance or turned down the case management. Why? Why are they turning it down?
That's a great question, Councilmember Reynolds. There are several reasons for that. One, as we mentioned, our programs are income-based, and so individuals must be 50% below the AMI.
Okay.
So there's qualifying criteria. In addition to that, some tenants, believe it or not, have outright denied the services for reasons that we cannot speculate as to why. They've just outright denied the services. And in some cases, and the most important reason is individuals must be able to identify and secure a new housing unit before the financial assistance is offered to them. So the financial assistance is available, but first they must secure a unit. And so that's the challenge that some of the individuals are experiencing. That's not to say they're being helped. As I mentioned, there's currently 9 that are proceeding, and those individuals and households are being assisted by our case manager, outreach workers. And so once they've identified and secured a unit, the assistance will be readily available and offered by our providers.
Okay, so I think I would characterize that as a certain percentage of them don't qualify for the assistance as opposed to turning it down. It sounds like that's more often the case.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think it'd be great to clarify that going forward. And then I know we've made adjustments in the past where we identify certain barriers to getting, valuable assistance, figuring out what adjustments we might make to make that assistance easier. One other question this is on the financial assistance piece. Can you just clarify for me the difference between the assistance that we have through Families Forward and SPIN versus Mercy House?
Yeah, so they're separate programs. Rental assistance is just for the general public. You do not have to be facing an eviction. The assistance offered by SPIN and Families Forward is specific to the Tenant Protections Program, and they actually have a specialized case management. They offer housing navigation, storage unit costs, and stuff of that nature. So the resources available to these providers is more comprehensive than that of the regular rental assistance program.
So the Families Forward and SPIN, that's specific to someone moving because of a
no-fault eviction.
A no-fault eviction. Okay, and the Mercy House, that's our sort of original rental assistance.
That is correct.
Program. Okay, thank you. We've created a lot of assistance on this urgent need, and sometimes it's hard to keep straight. Okay. Thank you. Those were my questions.
So Councilmember Reynolds just asked my main questions. It seemed like the amount of assistance that we were providing in case management seemed lower than I expected, but you've already explained that, so thank you. What, if anything, have we learned about family homelessness through our connections with the people in this program?
Mayor Stevens, I don't think I'm understanding your question. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, like family homelessness. Are we learning that? I mean, because you, for example, you just said that 9, I guess would-be families, right, are not eligible for the assistance because they have not found other homes. So are we finding that, we in our shelter we have only single people that are in the shelter, or maybe there's couples, I don't know, but we don't have families. So are we finding in doing this program and the outreach for people that are losing their homes that we have families in the city of Costa Mesa that are experiencing homelessness?
I just want to clarify something. So those 9 households, those 9 families are just currently have not received assistance. That's not to say that they are not eligible for the program. But in terms of your question, if they are not to locate a unit by the date they are to vacate, we do have emergency alternatives available for them.
Mm-hmm. And I see, that's one family was provided that, I think it says in the staff report, right?
That's correct, Mayor. So one of those families did receive the assistance and was able to be relocated to their new home in a different city.
Okay. Thanks. Let's open it up to the public. Public comments. Yes.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Roberto. I'm with Resilience Orange County. In 2022, we talked to 1,200 Latino voters in the city of Costa Mesa who shared that housing insecurity is the top issue that they face. And so that's kind of how our organization started to organize and work here in the city of Costa Mesa. I just want to thank you all so much for the emergency ordinance that you all passed in November. It was a crisis and it continues to be a crisis that tenants face here in the city of Costa Mesa. I want to thank Sergio and Nate and the team. They are accessible and they actually have a lot on their plate for this level of work. I do also want to share, I think part of, there may have been a reduction in evictions, but what, they're all, I think the part that's missing is the outreach component, and we don't know what we don't know. And I think something that I have been shared before is a rental registry. So that is something that the city can track in relationship to tenants and landlords, something that the city can easily reach out to these folks to be able to share this information to them so that they're able to follow local law as well as state law. I think also in the staff report, it wasn't shared, but I think it would be important to know in the future the evictions by district. I think being able to identify where the evictions are happening, I think is important. As an individual council member, you might have, it might be impacting your district more than others. And so I think looking into that would be important for the council to share. I think that's all I'll share this much. But thank you all so much for your work on this ordinance. And I think I'll also say that I know 25 evictions, no-fault evictions doesn't seem like a lot, but if you calculate 25 divided by 6 months, that's 4 evictions per month, which is once every week. So once every week since November, someone has been evicted of no fault of their own. And voted it's an emergency, it's important to the community. So please don't forget about tenants, low-income tenants, Spanish-speaking tenants. But thank you all so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Greetings and good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members and staff. Again, I am also here to just echo what my colleague just mentioned. My name is Victor Valladares, and I am the data collecting specialist and data field director for Resilience Orange County. We started here in 2022. We've done a lot of community input, got a lot of surveys in the community, which is one of the primary reasons why we've had that data to prove that there was and there currently still is a need for this emergency protection ordinance or tenant protection ordinance. These 25 families, y'all have no idea what y'all have been doing, just amazing work. So I want to just thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I just hope that other cities just pick up that co-governance, listening to stakeholders in the community, elected officials, nonprofits, community members, property owners. They could work collectively and find a solution to help people not end up on the street. So honestly, I hope that people do see this video and know that these programs do help change the lives of people, preventing them from being on the streets, which is the name of the Senate bill that obviously we all adopted a lot of the language from Senator Maria Elena Durazo, the Homelessness Prevention Act. I'm so grateful that we're working here, we're helping families, but we can't do everything, right? As a government agency, there's only so much y'all could do, and I hope y'all keep doing, the same and better outreach, because we can't reach every single, but we are going to try and do as much outreach as possible. And I do hope that there is funding for community partners, associates, or other stakeholders that want to, help out community members, residents of Costa Mesa. 25 members is a lot. That's 25 that we shouldn't be having, right, to suffer and go through these issues of trying to find a housing, when they receive this 60-day notice. We've just had a tenants' rights workshop, and we had a lot of community members come up. And I know that one of them, a case with the name of Ms. Mesa, I'm only going to mention her last name, she did receive a 60-day notice, but the property owner did not notify the city, so it was null and void, and they had to reissue one again. And I really do hope moving forward that the city would consider this, since this is a successful program right now, helping 25 no-fault eviction tenants, that once there are projects being approved through the Planning Commission, eventually going to be approving new development and housing, I hope that we could incorporate some of these housing or inclusionary housing ordinance to assist people stay in Costa Mesa and be provided housing resources as, first come, first serve, if they do qualify for this program. So again, once again, I just want to end the night by saying thank you all so much, and hope we could continue moving forward together. Gracias.
Thank you, Victor.
Yes. Mi nombre es Juana Trejo. Y hemos estado evaluando la situación de lo que ha ocurrido últimamente con algunas familias que han sido desalojadas.
Hi, my name is Juana Trejo, and we have been evaluating the situation that has been taking place with some of the families who have been evicted.
No sé si sería posible que nosotros pudiéramos obtener una lista, o no sé si sea como muy tentativo, que ustedes nos pudieran dar una lista cuando traen los casos aquí de las personas que desalojan. Porque, por ejemplo, cuando nosotros traemos un caso, las familias nos dicen que no les están ayudando ni aquí y que son víctimas de los dueños de apartamentos.
I'm not sure if it's possible that maybe we can be provided a list of the people that are facing or receiving eviction notice. I don't know if this is a little bit too demanding or tentative, but some of these families have expressed that they are not receiving any help when they are receiving this eviction notice.
Porque cuando hablamos con personas de aquí de la ciudad nos dicen que sí les están ayudando, pero cuando hablamos con ellos hasta nosotros nos acusan de estar vendidos con ustedes, de estar a favor de ustedes, cuando las cosas no salen como ellos quisieran. A mí no me gusta que digan que nosotros estamos en contra de ellos mismos, porque nosotros sabemos que no, hacemos lo posible para que las familias no vayan a dar a la calle.
A matter of fact, when we talk to these families, they say that they do talk to the city staff, but that they don't receive or get any help. And they also accuse us of being on your side, or we're sellouts. And I personally don't like for them to think that we are not helping these families, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to help these families.
Ahora no nomás está en duda el trabajo de ustedes como concejales, sino también nosotros como representantes de la comunidad, porque a nosotros nos gustaría saber y entender cuál es el problema cuando desalojan a una familia. Si nos explica alguno de ustedes por qué son desalojados, nosotros entendemos la ley. pero para poderles explicar a ellos y que ellos pudieran tener la información en español para que puedan entender por qué están siendo desalojados.
If you could please provide us with the information in Spanish so we can explain to them why they're being evicted, because this puts our credibility at doubt, as well as yours. So if this information could be provided to us, so we can explain to them why they're being evicted.
Entonces, ojalá que pudiéramos encontrar la manera para que las personas cuando son desalojadas puedan entender el por qué y así no nos estén culpando a nosotros de que también somos líderes, organizaciones corruptas, que estamos de acuerdo con ustedes para no ayudar a las personas a que sean desalojadas.
So hopefully we can find a way to show these people why they're being evicted, so that they're not accusing us of, as community leaders, that we're being accused of being corrupted or being on one side. So if we can have this information for them.
Gracias, buenas noches.
Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak on this? No. All right, close public comment. We have a motion by Councilmember Chavez to receive and file.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I want to take the chance again to first and foremost thank the council, staff, and community. Council, I want to thank you for doing a 6-0 vote, making sure we actually did it immediately and weren't putting anyone at risk by delaying implementation. I want to thank staff for keeping track of the data and really encouraging council to do the right thing to support over half of residents that rent in Costa Mesa. And I want to thank the residents and the community members that spoke up to me and other members of council and shared the realities and struggles they're facing. So thank you guys for all collaborating together and doing this ordinance. It's really important work. I'm pleased that we have seen a reduction in no-fault evictions. Obviously, it's not perfect, but it's the right step in that direction. And I think what this really harks back to is one of the themes that we have in this council, which is housing. I mentioned at the strategic planning meeting what my goal for housing is. And I don't know if it's really attainable, but I don't think most good goals have to be attainable, which is if someone gets evicted, is an apartment in the city they can afford. I'm hedging my bets that the way we get to that point is through supply and not through mandating housing or mandating affordability. But it just goes to show that this is really just one tool in the toolbox to address the bigger issue that we're seeing, not only in Costa Mesa, but the whole nation. So on behalf of all renters in Costa Mesa, as I myself am a renter, I want to thank this council and thank the community for coming and voicing their opinions together to make sure that we have more protections in the city. So thank you.
Councilmember?
Yeah, sorry, I was distracted by the reference to affordable housing. Yeah, obviously we should receive and file. There's no other action to take tonight. I am wondering if we could be explicit about the request to bring this back, like on a, I don't know, quarterly basis or 6-month basis, even if it's on the consent calendar. It'd be helpful to keep track. I mean, to Ms. Trejo's point, like, we get a lot of calls and there's a lot of conversations about this. So being able to share the information that we can, I think is helpful. It would also be helpful if, and I'm not expecting us to release any private data, but at least to maybe sort by district would be helpful too, so we can understand where in town things are happening. And that might be helpful for the community leaders, at least as a starting point. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad we're headed down this path. It was the right thing to do, absolutely. I think it remains a work in progress on outreach and making sure we're reaching landlords and tenants and making sure that all of the programs are accessible. I know income qualification is obviously like one screening criteria, but you know, as we found out last year when we sort of dug into some more of the programs too, like there can be barriers that we don't necessarily understand up front. So continued work there, but staff has done a remarkable job on this program, pulling it together in a very short period of time. Sergio, that was an excellent presentation. And yeah, I appreciate where we've gotten so far, but you know, we'll acknowledge we can continue to improve. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Councilmember Gameros.
I do have a couple things I'd like to say. So, start off, Sergio, that was a great presentation, very well thought out and informative. What I like to say is if there's any families out there ever that find themselves evicted, that everybody has my phone number. Juana, you have my phone number. You can get a hold of me anytime for any reason if you have anything going on in my district. I have a direct relationship with Sergio and the rest of the staff that are handling this. I will always be there to help anyone out that needs this. As a point of clarification, I would like to say that we're aiming this towards families that have been evicted from their home. This maybe doesn't necessarily go out to all homeless families that are out there. We're pointing this at families that have been evicted. Homeless families is kind of a largest societal issue that we're trying to address as well, but this is what we're targeting. So if you have a need, reach out to me. You have my number. If you don't have my number, I'll make sure you get it tonight before you leave. I'm always available. I answer my phone. So whatever you guys need, please reach out. I don't want to hear that there's families that's saying they can't get the help they need because I'm available. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you for this update and for all of the work you're doing. I know it's some pretty heavy work when people do come and you're working with them through these issues. I think most of my comments, I just want to echo what Councilmember Mars shared. I'm interested in periodic feedback. I think I'd be happy with 6 months. Maybe if you see a trend coming, obviously escalate anything that we could do to reduce barriers to the needed assistance. I really liked the idea of tracking some info to try to identify those trends, whether it's, kind of like property management, neighborhood, or district. And then whether, those residents qualify for the assistance. I think that's really important. And if they don't qualify, why? And then, if they decline assistance, it'd be great to try. Certainly, they don't have to, but to try to find out why. Is it a trust issue, a timing issue? Because those are all things that we may be able to make some adjustments around. And then you have my full support and encouragement in continuing the outreach and the collaboration with a lot of our community organizations that do have good connections in the community. Really, really important work. Thank you to the community member who kind of gave real meaning to the number 25 in terms of, it sounds small, but that's 25 families that we've been able to help, and that's huge. It makes me very proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, great presentation. Both of you did a wonderful job, and I'm glad that this is working out. And we really went through it and kind of, got it, I think, just right. And so you guys, it's one thing for us to put it out there, but it's another thing for staff to execute. So thank you very much. The other thing I wanted to say is some of you may be wondering, where is Nate Robbins? And while he is absent, he definitely has an excused absence because his wife had a baby last week. So if anybody wants to see a cute picture of Nate and his new little baby, I have one on my phone. So congratulations, Nate, if you're listening, and even if you're not listening, congratulations. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, let's take a little break and come back. And can we do 10 minutes? Is that good? 10 minutes? We'll come back at 10:45. 10:45, and then we'll bang it out. So we only have two more items, old business 1 and new business 3. So let's go old business 1 and then we'll go to new business 3.
Perfect.
Please read the title, Madam Clerk.
Item Old Business 1, Cannabis Employee Badge Fee Reduction and Background Check Process. Presentation by Ms. Halligan, Senior Planner.
Ms. Halligan, once again, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. I'm Michelle Halligan, Senior Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. On February 22nd, 2024, the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Gameros participated in a cannabis industry Zoom meeting. Feedback included that the background check and badge process is costly and time-consuming. On March 19th, City Council directed staff to return with badge fee reduction and other information. The presentation tonight is in response to that direction. On April 2nd, 2024, City Council gave first reading to proposed amendments to the cannabis ordinances. Earlier tonight, the City Council gave second reading and adopted the amendments. The existing background check and badge fee is $631, which was based on a full cost recovery study. City Council direction was given to reduce the fee to $306. Municipal Code Section 9-496C was amended tonight to allow an individual employed by one employer at multiple locations in the city to have one badge. Additionally, the design of city-issued cannabis badges was recently updated to meet the California Department of Cannabis Control requirements. The City Council also directed staff to explore a temporary badge process. The city attorney determined that allowing persons who have not passed the city's background check to work in cannabis businesses could result in operators employing individuals that do not meet the city's requirements, and therefore the operator would be violating the municipal code. If the council directs staff to develop a temporary badge program, the city attorney would work with the Community Improvement Division to create a temporary badge process. Staff also looked into the timeframes for Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation background check results. Of the applicants that rolled fingerprints between January 1, 2023 and March 27, 2024, of those that passed, 57% cleared within 24 hours. 30% cleared between 24 hours and 2 weeks. This means that 87% cleared within 2 weeks. Applicants with complicated dispositions, meaning complicated records of arrests or prosecution, can take additional time for DOJ and FBI to process. According to the Costa Mesa PD, around 6.5% of Costa Mesa applicants do not pass. Staff also researched outsourcing the background check process to the city's cannabis consultant, HDL. However, their process does not include fingerprinting, which is required by the municipal code. HDL's process is limited to current criminal dispositions. It does not have a live update capability. HDL's background check would not inform the city of new felonies after the initial background check. To address this issue, HDL would require all owners and employees to undergo an annual background check update. Since their process is not a full suite of services, staff recommends keeping the live scan process. Staff recommends the City Council receive the presentation, hear public comment, and provide direction pertaining to cannabis employee badge fee reduction, temporary employee badges, and outsourcing background checks. The draft resolution for the fee reduction is attached to the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Any questions? Councilmember Camaros?
Yeah. If you go back to slide 5, the fourth bullet, so you're looking for council to create a temporary badge process. I thought the ask was that you guys create a temporary badge process.
So staff would need to be directed because based on our initial research that was conducted, the city attorney's office is not recommending a temporary badge process.
is not recommending. Okay. so-
Councilmember Gameros, the other component of that is, it's worth considering is that if you look at the background checks, the majority of these background checks are clearing within 2 weeks at about 87%. So to facilitate the regular badge process, it's fairly effective currently based on our numbers and data.
Okay, I'll sit tight on this for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. So I was curious, related to the potential proposal on reducing the badge fee. So that would be, the 631 was set on full cost recovery, 306 would be basically less than 50% cost recovery. Are there any other fees that we have that are not based on full cost recovery in the city?
Councilmember Reynolds, when it comes to cannabis, the fees were designed to be full cost recovery because they were all based on studies.
Are there any other fees across any of our other planning activities that are not based on full cost recovery?
Generally, the fees are not set at full cost recovery, similar to most cities.
Are not?
Are not.
So what fraction? I know they can't exceed cost recovery, but.
Yeah, for sure. For generally, there's a fee study that's accomplished. In my time that I've been here, it hasn't been done. I don't think it had been done for a few years, even before I started, obviously. So even if there was full cost, it definitely doesn't sort of equate to it.
Let me interject here because the full cost recovery is actually in finance. We started a full cost recovery right the year that COVID hit, and then we had to pause it. We have since then have come back, and we're in the middle of a full cost recovery against all of the city's fees and fines. We do have some fees that are very old, probably 20, 30 years, that we do have to come back to council and at least provide you with the information of what the cost recovery is, full cost recovery, and then what the recommendation would be. There's some fees we would probably not recommend to be a full cost recovery, for example, fees that would impact seniors or the youth, but there are some that we would come back to you and recommend full cost recovery, also depending on what the industry out there kind of does, other cities do, what's normal, and so forth. But we're still in that process since most of our fees have not undergone a full cost recovery. It's been pretty, like mentioned, it's been a while.
Okay, that's really helpful. So we, certainly some current fees are outdated, so they're not meeting full cost recovery. But I'm hearing from you that it's certainly not unprecedented to not have full cost recovery on a fee given certain circumstances. You mentioned seniors, youth centers, and thinking more public-facing services.
That's correct.
Fair? Okay, that's helpful. And the staff report noted that, there's some efficiencies through TESA that would reduce costs. I'm just trying to get a sense of is that would reduce costs 10%, 20%, 30%? Can we?
Councilmember Reynolds, some of the benefits of TESA is that staff is not having to meet applicants at the counter to provide the printed application and explain it. And TESA is also a permit management system, so our files are now held there instead of doing scanning and filing. But it's, we don't have a study. I would say anecdotally, it's a savings of about an hour, maybe a little more than an hour of staff time.
Okay.
It's not like a reduction of 50%.
So more convenience than cost reduction.
There is a savings of our time, but it's not substantial. I just don't have a study to back that up.
Okay, thanks. My other questions were related to the temporary badge program. I was curious that, the timeframes, you gave us the timeframes on doing sort of the normal badge process. And I was curious how, I saw that the 2 week for 80-something% of things. So if we did a temporary badge program, how much does that really speed up? I mean, assume that it's not really a different level of workload on our part, right? maybe I'll just do a broader question. Why is it that we wouldn't recommend it? It sounded like a lot of staff time. Are there any other considerations?
Councilmember Reynolds, one thing that the city attorney's office was looking at is our current municipal code has standards pertaining to the types of criminal histories that the cannabis employees can have. And Costa Mesa PD did confirm that about 6.5% of the applicants do not pass. And so if we were to issue those temporary employment badges, you could assume that 6.5% of them would be folks that would not pass.
Okay, so I remember that discussion. We could end up in a situation where we've got folks who shouldn't be working at these stores. Am I characterizing that correctly? Okay. And is there an estimate on sort of staff time or costs that would be associated with a temporary badge program? I assume everyone would try to take advantage of that if it was made available.
So when going through this process, staff was considering really relying heavily on the TESA system to reduce staff time. That being said, planning and community improvement division would look to the city attorney's office to craft whatever language is necessary to help protect us, given that we have in the Costa Mesa Municipal Code a requirement for fingerprinting and requirements for those employees. So we would automate as much as possible, but I don't have like a good sense of how much staff time would be related to fielding, calls, questions, and complaints, and so on.
Okay, so it sounds like the primary concern for staff was the municipal code issue. I don't know if the city attorney wants to elaborate on that at all. Going to be your recommendation there?
Yeah, I mean, we addressed this initially during the discussion, and as I understood, the direction from the council was to bring back a report on all of these issues with additional information. I didn't understand it to be a direction to go ahead and create a temporary badge process. We can do that, but I do have concerns about its compliance with our existing code, even as amended. I mean, I think there's at least a little bit of risk to sue on two fronts. One is part of the reason we are doing these background checks is because we don't want, arsonists and sex offenders and people like that working in these businesses, and so we are trying to do our best to prevent that. And because of the speed with which the process is happening, even if we did a temporary badge program, and of course, if the council directs that, that's a policy decision for the council to make. But if we did that, I'm not sure how long it would take, and what would we be asking for? Would we simply be having them file everything, do their fingerprints, and then we just issue them a badge until we get the background? But basically, that's the question.
Okay.
And it's aside from the legal ramifications, I'm also concerned just administratively. It's basically becoming a duplicative process. There's a temporary badge and then a permanent badge behind it, which doesn't seem like it, maybe that's a big deal, but it is administratively cumbersome, and it's just going to redirect staff to doing badges as opposed to really doing the work of getting the remainder of the applications that we have for cannabis dispensaries processed to planning commission, all the housing work. So it's just a matter of priorities. Is this something that you want for staff to focus on relative to all of the other needs that we have? Streamlining, we talk about efficiencies. This is wholly inefficient. I'll also add that I was thinking this morning, just from a compliance standpoint, once we get information that someone that we have issued a temporary badge does not clear, aside from the fact that there's someone with a certain background or criminal offense that we don't want working at a dispensary, just the technicality of now, how do we get that person off of the payroll, right? If you don't issue a badge to begin with because someone doesn't qualify, that person's not going to get hired. Or they may have gotten hired, but then they'll be dismissed pretty quickly. But once you have a temporary badge issue, that person's working there. And now is it a code enforcement officer that goes out there and polices this? And it's just, it really puts us at odds too with the business. I do, however, though, want to address the fact that the industry felt like it was cumbersome. So I think that what I'm willing to commit to you from a staff standpoint is that two things. One, we've made the recommendation, we've accepted the recommendation, and we'll implement that on someone who's working for a single employer but at multiple locations, doesn't have to get all those badges. That makes 100% sense. That's fair. We'll gladly do that. And then if you would allow us to monitor for another, let's say, 60 to 90 days, if we can't get these badges out sooner than we have in the past, especially now that we have the data on how quickly it's getting processed, then I think maybe we consider the temporary badges. But I'd like to give staff an opportunity to kind of reinvent our internal processes, that as soon as we get something from PD, a badge is issued. And so I know the industry is saying they're not getting it quickly enough, and I believe it. So, but I don't think the temporary badge is the solution. So I'm just hoping that we can get the badges out to them faster, and maybe there's a way we can maximize it through TESA. But I'm committed to working with staff to make that happen in concert with PD, as opposed to the temporary badge.
That's helpful. Thank you. I'm set.
I don't know between Don and, sorry, Councilmember
I was
Harper.
way ahead.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Harper, go ahead.
Way ahead. So I think that's my question. This is a process. I don't want to have us solve a problem that's a past problem that's getting better with an interim solution like a temporary badge. So things have improved. Is that kind of your sense of things as far as timeliness of approvals?
Yeah, I think that, Councilmember Harper, everything is improving as we progress. We had a process that changed with the new automated permitting system that we're responding to. We're also seeing some advantages to that system. So all of these things we're trying to tie into. We are busy right now. Staff has a lot of work, but beyond that, we can focus in, like as the city manager indicated, on prioritizing these permits, because we've got a process now. We're getting good at the process.
It seems like if you had to issue every time, everybody would ask for a temporary badge, right? And you'd issue everybody a temporary badge, and then you'd have to go, and it'd have to exchange badges and eliminate badges, and it seems like a really cumbersome process.
Yeah, I had the same concerns as the city manager did with regards to follow-up. It's just, it becomes a critical issue at that point, and I don't want to be in the middle of that.
And aren't we just simply illegal issue? Aren't we required to do this? And if we don't do it, what is it? How can we legally do this? I don't even see how you can legally issue a temporary badge.
You could issue a temporary badge. It's not illegal per se. It's just potentially puts the city in a position where, and based on our numbers, approximately 6.5% of the time, they might have a criminal record that could be in violation of our provisions that say you cannot have a criminal record.
It's like, okay, so I hire drivers and I have to do tests before I put the drivers on the road. I can't issue a temporary, it's okay to go drive. So it seems like the same thing. So thank you. That's all I got.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yeah, thank you. So without trying to overcomplicate things, would it be possible to create an expedited fee then if someone wants to pay a substantially larger fee to have a quicker turnaround if they need to get someone badged right away? Is that doable? Just say no if it's not doable. I want to hear it.
Sorry, Councilmember Gumeros, we can't have the Department of Justice and FBI speed up. It's not our jurisdiction.
Okay, so the temporary badge thing is not an option. There's no way to expedite this. It's pretty much at the speed that it's been. I mean, other than utilizing TESA.
And effectuating the improvements that we've seen that we can process, and then also expediting in situations where we know that we are struggling with times. So we can look at those things. As with any process, if there's places where we can speed up, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Gamaris, I think we'll roundtable internally too, and maybe it's just putting some additional internal resources, even if it's a part-timer that we can fund from vacancies or from my contingency, someone who's a little bit more dedicated to doing the interface with PD and speeding the process up. So we'll look at other administrative mechanisms as well to see if we could speed it up.
Okay. So I just want to go real quick and kind of tick through what we see and what we have on page 1 as these 1 through 6, and then kind of go into some other sections of the staff report. So updating the cannabis badge, I'm going backwards. Updating the cannabis badge design to be state compliant. What is that? And I assume, let me start and say, we have no objection to that. If that's part of a motion, nobody's going to be upset about that from a staff standpoint.
Mayor Stevens, we've already implemented it based on our previous conversation because it didn't require any code amendment. So
Okay.
we had to work with a template that was a little bit challenging, but the Community Improvement Division was able to increase the size of the image as well as add their cannabis or their state license number to the badges. So at this time, we are issuing badges that are compliant with state regulations.
Okay. So arguably that's unnecessary to put in a motion. Okay, then we have issuance of temporary cannabis. We've talked providing the average times, you did that. That's in the staff report. And working up from 6 to 1. Issuance of temporary cannabis employee badges, we've discussed that at some length. Outsourcing, you said we don't have enough, they don't have enough suite of services. We're better off to do it. Issuing 1 badge to the person, and city manager said that that's fine to do that. She has no objection to it. And presumably staff that's implementing it wouldn't have any objection to that, right?
That's actually also already in the ordinance that you adopted tonight.
Oh, it's already in the ordinance.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't need to worry about it tonight.
Correct.
So it seems to me like if we narrow down to what we're talking about in terms of emotion, we're talking about the fee primarily. And I got a couple of quick questions about the fee. So in 2021, I guess it was, we did our study and we established the fee at $6.31. And then you just say on page 2 of the staff report that because of TESA and so forth and so on, various reasons, the processing efforts has slightly decreased. I mean, have we done any quantitative analysis about how much less time we've spent in for whatever reason, either through TESA or economies of scale, or just getting better at it from the time that we did the cost study in 2021 until today?
No, we have not.
Okay, and then the 306 number. So that was established in 2021. We know we've gotten better. We know it's less time, but we don't know how much less time. Am I right?
Mayor Stevens, just anecdotally, it seems like perhaps an hour, a little more than an hour.
Okay. All right. And then what is our billing rate that we're applying to this?
Oh, Mayor Stevens, I don't have that information. Perhaps Carol in Finance.
Carol, you got that?
I don't have the billing rate in front of me, but however, it is based on the 2019 billing, which is about 5 years old.
Okay. And then the actual cost of the live scan that's just a cost, third-party cost pass-through, right? They pay for that, and then in addition, they pay this fee to the city, correct? And how much does the pass-through cost?
As I recall, when we were discussing that in the last meeting, that $341 covered the background in the live scan.
341, which was our prior cost.
I'm sorry, 306. 306 was that covered.
306 covered the background. No, I think it's in addition, isn't it?
No, because I believe the police chief spoke up and discussed what the cost was. Maybe he can speak again.
Yeah, well, the chief's coming back. I'm just trying to figure out what are we talking about in terms of this fee? Is it a city fee, and then do they pay something in addition for the live scan?
I don't have the exact numbers, Mr. Mayor, but as I recall off the top of my head, the fee for the live scan is $81. $59 of that goes to the state of California or the FBI. There's only less than 20 that is the city.
Okay. And they pay that in addition to this fee that we're looking at here, right?
That I don't know if it's baked into the fee or not.
It's included in the fee.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, got it. All right. And the 306 was the number that Councilmember Gameros came up with in his motion. And only he would know how he came up with that.
There was discussion about the cost of the live scan, but beyond that, that was the rest
It
of it.
was the cost of the live scan and then some amount, and I think some reduction in the amount after that. So he came up with 306.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I can tell you how I came up
How'd
with
you
it.
come up with it?
I came up with it based on the police chief's original note that it was $81, and I reduced the fee that did not include that by 50%.
Oh, I see. Okay, good. Okay. So it's 50% plus the 81. All right. Okay. All right. That's all I have. Anybody else? Open it up for public comment. Anyone? No on Zoom? Anyone?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comment. Let's, somebody please make a motion. Councilmember Gameros.
I make a motion that we approve the staff's recommendation and move forward with this, and that we don't include a temporary badge fee.
What about the fee?
I'm sorry, the temporary, and that we just utilize the fee that was proposed. Sorry.
What fee? What fee?
I already,
How much? 306?
306, yeah, what
Okay,
we
good.
talked about to begin with.
That's fine. Okay, I'll second that. Do you want to say anything in support of your motion?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's fine. It sounds like everything else is covered. So, there you have it. We have I don't need to speak on it. So, does anybody else want to speak? Can we call for the question?
Councilmember Mar. Motion carries 4-3 with council members Reynolds, Mar, and Harper voting no.
Okay. Now we're up to, thank you, council. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you, staff. So now we're up to new business item 3, which is basically Councilmember Harper's committee selections.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, there you go. Get to that. This is appointment to various city committees by Councilmember Harper. This report will be very brief. Staff recommends that Councilmember Harper make appointments to the 5 various committees after receiving public comments, and this concludes the presentation.
Okay, so I guess you'll start, you have one in animal, start with animal services?
Can we ask for public comments first,
Oh, yeah,
please?
public comments. Well, there's no public comments here. And anybody on
Anybody?
Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comments. Okay, I think your first up is, do you want me to do this, or do you want her, you want to do this, or do you want me to do it? Well, first up is animal services. So what do you say, Councilmember Harper?
I'm going to nominate Danielle Mills.
Okay.
We can do this in all one motion if we'd like.
Now let's do it,
Separately?
let's do it individual, separately.
Okay.
Does anybody second Danielle Mills? Okay, try again, Councilmember Harper. You didn't get a second. Okay. Councilmember, okay. You're going to second Danielle Mills? Okay.
Thank you.
Call for the question.
Hold on 1 minute. Let me get situated here. Okay, so,
Ready?
wait, hold on. Sorry. Oh, it's not allowing this. How come it's not? Let me try it this way. There we go.
Ready?
There we go. Motion fails 2-5 with council members Chavez, Harlan, Stevens, Mar, and Gamaros voting no.
Yeah.
Okay. Try, do another one. This is still on Animal Services Committee.
Yeah. I'll nominate Callie Turner. Do you like her politics?
Okay. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Mayor Stevens, please.
Oh, sorry.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay.
Blanked or, next,
Next, looks like it's,
active transportation.
let's see, what is it? What's number 2?
Active
Number 2
transportation.
is active transportation.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Farhan Khoshrabe.
Second.
I've got a second by Chavez.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, next is
Finance and pension.
Finance and Pension Advisory, IPAC.
I'll nominate Catherine Grant.
Okay,
Second.
yes. Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, next is Housing and Public Services.
I'll nominate Gloria Fallon.
Second.
Okay, you got a second, and let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, the last one you've got, council member, is Mobile Home Park Advisory Committee.
And I'll nominate Deborah Lee.
Mayor, if I, so this is a committee that has, and Councilmember Harper, that has kind of a specific makeup. It's supposed to include a certain number of residents, a certain number of owners or reps, and a certain number of members at large. And I believe the one vacancy is for an at-large. Is that correct, Ms. Green?
Yes, the vacancy is for at-large position, but
That could be anybody.
the city council can select from anybody if they would
It's
like.
specifically a non-resident at-large. We could waive that. I just want to be clear that we would be waiving the intended makeup of the committee.
That is under this council's discretion, if they
okay.
wish to waive that.
What is the at-large is?
It's a resident, though.
It has to be a resident?
Yeah, it's a at-large resident in the city.
And I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and transparent, because the original makeup of the committee, the intent was to have, sort of a balance in residents, park representatives, and then 2 members at large. So Councilmember Harper, I don't know,
Arliss, is there someone here that qualifies at large?
it would
you'd
be
like to-
either number 1 or number 8.
Number
My
one.
recommendation,
But number 8 is a non-resident. though.
correct, yeah.
Number eight, sorry, I'm looking at the, let me.
What's the name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul Lancaster or Lori Beveridge. Lori is a non-resident who's, I think, used to be a resident and
Okay.
aware of many mobile home
You
issues.
know, I'm going to change my recommendation to Lori Beveridge.
Okay, sounds like you can get a second. Oh, you got one already, Councilmember Chavez. Call for the question.
Including in that motion is the requirement to waive the residency requirement.
I'd like to waive the residency requirement as well. Thank you.
No, I thought, but you,
So there's residency in a mobile home community.
Oh.
She's not a resident of Costa Mesa.
oh,
Right, she's Newport Beach. right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
that's fine.
She did have some support letters, though. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Doing what you told me, Brenda.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we're done with our business, and Mayor Pro Tem Harlan has somebody else in addition to Dick Pickup, for which we are going to adjourn the meeting. And who is that?
Yes, I wanted to adjourn in memory of Robin McKenna. She passed away April 24th. Robin, known as Miss Robin, was the crossing guard and lunch supervisor at Kaiser Elementary, and she will be missed.
Okay, we adjourn for Robin McKenna and Dick Pickup in their memory and in their honor, and they'll get a condolence card from me on behalf of the City Council. Thanks.